Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome back. It is Monday, April 22nd, 2024, and here we are again. Yes, some crazy stuff's going on over the weekend in regards to Sebastian. We're going to talk about that, give an update, and talk about a couple other little things that have happened too since I've been missing, I guess you could say. Thank you all for joining me. Once again, I've missed you all so very much. That being said, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. What up, everybody? Welcome back. Why do I look so close to the camera? That's crazy weird. Hold on. I don't like it. It's in my face. Too close. That's a little better, maybe. I don't know. Oh, not that way either. Nope. That's not working. Okay, well, I guess this is it. Anyway, sorry, y'all got to see me like right here in front of you. So I don't know what's going on. I'll have to find my remote and figure out this camera thing. Somebody must have been my grandkids were probably playing with it again. Let's see here. Okay. I don't know why it's so close, but either way, my apologies. I'll get it figured out one of these moments. Come on in, everybody, grab a seat if you will. Please get comfortable. I got some catching up to do because it feels like I haven't seen you guys in like a week or two. It's crazy. And I think I was here Saturday. I don't know. We had a busy weekend. My kids and my grandkids were here the entire weekend, guys. Even today they were here. Which is why excuse me, I am doing an evening show. So my apologies. But I'm trying to get it back in, family's family, folks, and it is what it is. No jokes aside, they always gotta come first, so but my other family comes right after, so yay. And like I said, So it looks like some stuff has gone on over the weekend in regards to Sebastian. I want to look into that, see what's going on there, talk about it. I'm gonna have open up the phone lines and run it the right way, I think, with the headphones, because I think that works now. And go from there. So thank you all for joining us. Missed you guys. Yay, yay. Yay, yay. All right, all right, all right. I was going out of my mind. I haven't done this in a while, so I actually almost forgot, you guys, how to load something in. Plus, I've been working on trying to get the other intro and stuff for my other channel put together too. So hopefully that works well. But either way, let's see who we got gracing us with their awesome and amazing presence today. Let's see here. We got Miss Cassie's in the house. Hello, hello. Looks like Willard's here. What's up, my brother? Good to see you. Truth Nation Uncensored in the house. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Mr. Walt Harris, thank you for joining us today. Glad to see you. Tomboy Charms in the house. Good stuff. Got to show you guys some stuff. Speaking of Tomboy, Miss Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Miss Victoria, welcome back here. Good to see you. SRB, how are you? Great to see you today. Mr. Donald D. Nice in the house. What's going on, Donnie? Good to see you, brother. My doodlebug floating up in here too. What's going on, Duty? Good to see you today. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see here. Let me see. Who else do we got here? Virginia Wolf, what's up, brother? Good to have you back. Good to see ya. Miss Salty, True Crime Times in the house. Thank you for joining us today. Glad to have you here as well. Miss Crazy Linda, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Teresa S., thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very, very much. Miss Dakota, how are you today, dear? Good to have you here. Good to see ya. Let's see. Who else do we see? Nevada Christie's in the house. Welcome to you. Great to see you tonight. The awesome Miss Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for being with us. Miss Bonnie Messick, always a pleasure to see you, dear. Thank you for being here with us. Much appreciated. Chemistry Queen back in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here, guys. Thank you for joining us tonight. Group, what is going on? Good to see you. Excuse me. Thank you, Doodle. D. Smith, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Michelle Brooks, same to you. Glad to see you. Guys, if you will, please give it a like, subscribe, check it out to Salty Sleuth, the true crime channel she's got rolling over there. If we can, please show some love, subscribe, and check her out. I would appreciate it very much. Grave Evidence, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. D. Smith, I think I saw you, but hello again. Mr. Steve's in the house. SWTC, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. Marina Girl, great to have you here tonight. B. Williams, welcome back. Great to have you. Lisa Vallejo, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. And if you would, please hit that like button on your way in the door. Leave me a little bit of DNA, folks. Just a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. It just takes a second so we can get this up in that algorithm and make the YouTube happy. Please, if you will. I appreciate that very, very much. Tina B, great to see you tonight. APRN35 from Minnesota, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Andy Rose, my dear, great to have you back. Great to see you tonight. So glad Andy has joined our community. We've got so much in common. She's such an awesome new community member. I love it, love it, love it. It is so awesome. And thank you for joining us. Neil Homestead, first in the house today. Welcome back, Neil. Great to see you, bro. And do I see it? Do I see it? My Brandy B, the OG, 16 months. Wow. How about that stuff? Actually longer, but in this genre, since we started this stuff, Miss Brandy B has been here for 16 months with us. Love it, love it. Thank you so much, Brandy, for being part of this community and this family. We love you very much, and I appreciate all you do. Thank you so much. Very awesome. Let me see here. 16 months. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's awesome, Brandy. Thank you again so much for that. Round of applause, if we may. Excuse me. Yes, I know, Bonnie. I know. Bonnie's been here for a long time, guys, and it keeps popping up saying she's been a member for 3 months, 6 months, 4 months, and she's been here forever. So I know better than that. I do. Trish Crow, hello to you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Did I see Miss Carolyn? Yes, I did. There she is. Hello, Miss Carolyn. Thank you for joining us tonight. Again, I hope I didn't pull anybody away from anything too important, but I really did miss you guys and needed to do this. So here I am. Welcome back, Miss Kells. Great to see ya. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to have you here. Appreciate you very much. I got to tell you guys something too. Doodlebug sent me and showed me earlier. I thought it was kind of funny. It was a thing that Facebook described me as, and I thought I had to laugh. I showed my wife too. It described me and my channel and me as a person. I was like, I didn't know I was witty, but okay. It was too funny though. Congrats again, Brandy. Thank you for being part of this family for so long. We appreciate you very much. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did. Let me see here. Come on in, everybody. Please let me know if I'm too loud or not loud enough, or you know how this stuff goes. I still gotta get a better microphone, and I will. No worries, no worries, no worries. Trish Crow. Is that a new face? It is a new face. And please welcome all the new people with open arms as we do with everybody. I would really appreciate it. Well, hello, little Miss Liberty. How are you, my sweet little girl? This Cassie's daughter is so adorable, you guys. You got to see her. I mean, she's just you just want to squeeze her cheeks. Hey, hey, nonsense in the house. Welcome. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. I do believe that's Miss Becky. I think. If I'm wrong, I'm so sorry. Please don't chop me up the legs. I think that's the name. I know one thing though. She got a great channel, and it is called. I think it's just called Nonsense. If we could drop a link for that, guys, you got to check her out. You got to check her out. The name fits it. If the name's right, Miss Becky, I think that's yes. Okay, Miss Becky, I'm gonna call you Miss Becky because I like to be polite. But Miss Becky, don't put up with no shit. And the channel's fitting for it. No nonsense. No nonsense. End of story. She's had some great shows. I've followed all this crap going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth in Sebastian's case. She said, "Stop the shit," just like I have, and a lot of other people have. It's about Sebastian, not this, that, or anything else. Go check her out, guys, if you will, please. There's a link for it right there. Thank you very much, Miss Brandy and Miss SRB. I appreciate you very much. That's too close to my face, Carolyn. I don't like that. I don't know why it did that either. I'll get it fixed sooner or later, guys. I'm sorry. I think my grandkids found. I have a little remote that goes with this, and I think they found it and we're pushing buttons. So now I feel like I'm sitting inside the TV. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Hold on. Yep. Give me a second. Give me a sec. Oh, wait. No, that's not it. What did you do with my remote, you little one? Anything that's got buttons on it, they want to play with it. You know what I mean? Golf Inspector General in the house. Welcome. Good to see you here. Good to have you here. Miss Trish Crow, a new member. That is so awesome, Trish. Thank you. And we appreciate you very much for becoming part of this community. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be. I'm trying to get this stupid. It slid underneath the PC itself that's sitting on the desk, and I can't get my hand under there because my little sausage fingers won't do it. Aha. Aha. I got it. All right, now let me try to back this off, guys. Give me a second here. Please. Is it even working? Maybe. I don't understand this. Don't mind my dogs that are, I can hear them in the background. I know what they're doing. They do this all the time. This is their new thing now. They fight and play like crazy. Come on in, guys. Get a seat, if you will. What is going on with this thing? Why did this end up like this? I don't understand. I haven't been on here in a while either. Let me check my settings real quick. Camera. Is that better? Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. I'm sorry, guys. Stand back from your TV if you're watching it. That way you don't have to be so close to my ugly mug. Please. Oh, yeah, my dog definitely got the zoomies. They both had baths today, so they're super wired. Thank you again, SRB. So, like I said, guys, the over the weekend, there's some things I'm guessing, my understanding from what I saw that have gone on in the Sebastian um, Rogers case. We're gonna look at it, watch a couple things to catch it up. I can't see it. That's good, Cassie. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't want you guys to have to look up inside. I like getting personal with you guys, but not that personal. Nope, not today. 62. Thank you for joining us. By the way, I showed you guys Tomboy, the stuff that she does, the crafting stuff she does. This came in the mail today. Digo's True Crime with Donuts and Coffee. 3-dimensional all the way. This is so cool, you guys. She does really good work. Really, really cool, I thought. Pearl Girl, welcome. Good to have you here. Isn't it neat? It's so cool. She did a great job. And of course, I got my Scooby Doo pen that she made me. Come with a little cheeseburger hanging off the side of it. She made some stuff for Brandy and Caden as well. They love their stuff as well. For sure. All of that little stuff, pretty neat. Came in a personalized little bag for the True Crime Cafe. Pretty neat stuff. Great job, Tomboy. I'm super impressed. And so was Caden and Brandy. Caden loves it. And I got a little pouch to keep my guitar picks in. Caden got one too. It's pretty neat. Pretty neat stuff. And I got a card here. I was going to show you, if you're okay with that, Tomboy. If you guys are ever interested in having anything made, she makes these pens. They're really cool. And I can't remember where I put the card. I'll find it before we end the show, and I'll show it to you guys. But this thing here is really cool. It's a good desk for your desk. It's pretty cool. I love it. Thank you, Tomboy. We love it. We love it, love it, love it, and appreciate it very much. Keep up the great work. I just can't get past how, I know they're miniature, you guys, but look how realistic this stuff is. And she even put my favorite donuts on here. I love the maple cream sticks, and of course the crawlers. And you guys know I love my coffee. I do have the letter. I wanted to read that if you want me to. I do play D&D, Andy, and I play Magic too with my kids. I know, Evie. I'm such an ass, ain't I? Yeah, it's really cool, Salty. Hold on one moment here, guys. Give me a second. Uh-huh. I found the card. It fell on the floor. So the card is, I Spy Designs. Okay, here's my wife. She made her a pen too. My wife is a phlebotomist and a dialysis tech. Okay, and my wife loves gnomes, so she made her a gnome pen. You see it, and it's got her name on the side at the top, and the gnome is holding uh, a syringe. I think that's what that is. If I'm wrong, correct me, Tomboy. But anyway, this is too cool. She loves this. And you might, if you're down for it, you might be busy because she's going to take this to work and show her coworkers, and they're probably going to love it. And then, of course, she made these notebook covers, guys. Oh, I just dropped the thing. I'm sorry. Anyway, they go over like a composition notebook, okay, for note taking and stuff like that. And it turned out really cool. All of it did. So, one second. So, yes, those are those things. And again, like I said, if anybody wants anything, you let me know. I Spy Designs. I like the business card is even cool. Okay. Um, you can find it at Tomboy. Wait, do you want me giving out your email and stuff like this for Tomboy for anything, or do you want to wait to see? I don't want to give your info out if you don't want me to. It's up to you, though. Tech Death Hippie, what's going on? Good to have you here. Teresa Morton, welcome. Butterfly71, how are you today? My brother Twiz is in the house. What's going on, bro? Good to have you here today. Dash, what's going on? Welcome. Good to see you here. If you want me to, Tomboy, let me know and I'll put your info up there and out so people can get a hold of you if they need to for stuff. If not, they can go through me, whatever you guys, or just ask you in here, whatever you guys want to do. So, oh, absolutely, yes. She's a hard worker too, Becky. She really is. I'm so lucky to have her. I retired from the fire service and EMS years ago because I hurt myself, and this is what I do, and she does that. So I make sure that I do my wifely duties every day, take care of the aminals. I love my aminals. Animals. I'm just joking. And make sure that the house is clean, and when she comes home, and I do this. That's how we are now. She said, "Hello, everyone." Daddy Meatball Dash. Is that Brian? Is that Brian? Mischief, Miss Pariah. Good to see you tonight. So Willard, welcome. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house with us tonight. Good to have you here, Molly. Thank you for joining us. Krista's Crafts / I Spy Designs. There we go. Like I said, I don't know what you want me to put out there info wise, Tomboy, and I don't want to get, you know what I mean, put your stuff out. Lenny Hodap? Lenny Hodap. I'll be honest with you. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's a hoax. I think it's just somebody causing trouble. No, I mean, we would have known already. Law enforcement would have been up that, like, right there. Oh, there, Brian's here by himself. Okay, so Dash and Brian are two different people. Awesome. Dark Whisper, welcome. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. We got 118 in here at 75 likes, guys. We're almost there. Come on. We can do that. Let's get this in the algorithm so everybody can see it. Oh, I thought you were going to say something else for a minute, Walt. I'm glad that went well. Yeah, it's very hard to do that, guys. I used to struggle all the time in the back of the ambulance trying to IV somebody. It's not easy. It's not easy standing still or easy in the back of a squad either. So I'll be honest with you with that. Anything in the medical field is hard work, guys. So anybody that does it, God bless you and more power to you. You deserve the best. If you have a link, yeah, right, Twiz. They're hard. If you have a link, Tomboy, that you want to put in here for something, let me know. I can do it. What's up, Clue? Cluminati's in the house. Thank you for joining us tonight. All right, all right, all right. Thank you all for being here. So, what is new, folks? It's been a minute. Great to see you all. Pearl Girl, thank you for joining us again. For anybody that's new, let me throw this up real fast. I have 2 rules in here, guys, and they're super duper simple. The first rule is please, 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 because this channel is based on the fact that people have all different types of opinions, feelings, and theories on things. Please respect each other's feelings and opinions. If one person differs from what you feel, please don't attack them. That's all I'm asking. Period. Other than that, rule number 2 is to refer to rule number 1. Respect each other. That's all I ask from all of you guys. So let's see here. Like I said, I'm behind. I'm sure. I know because I've been gone for a couple days doing my thing. But hold on a minute. Hold up, guys. Something happened here. I can't get it to work. There we go. So you guys probably know everything we're going to talk about already, but it is what it is. There's no rush. I've never tried to be first, but everybody puts it out differently. So 1 second here. So I heard from things I've seen and talked about that something is finally happening that I said should have happened a long time ago. 1 second. Sorry about that. So, like I said, it seems to me that something that should have happened in the very beginning is finally happening. My understanding is now that all 3 of the parents are going to work together. That's amazing. I hope that's true. I hope that works. I don't know, but we're going to look into some other things and see what's going on. One thing that was new that popped up that reminded me of something. How many people in here remember the Joe Clyde Daniels case? Does anybody remember that at all? It was a case that happened a while ago, but they're referring to that case. Holly Ramsey, good to see you. They're referring to that case in reference to this case now. Okay, and I thought that was kind of interesting. Kiki's eyes, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Opinionated, thank you for joining us. And what did I just drop? Oh, that thing. Okay. Joe Clyde Daniels, Brian. It's been a while. Been a while. So, okay, Connie, and welcome, by the way. It's very near you. So they're referring to that case. There's a news broadcast. I'm going to show you guys. Arctic's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to have you here. Good to see you. In saying, could that case help maybe possibly find Sebastian? Exactly. Salty's referred to the Elizabeth Smart case multiple times with this. I agree. It very well could be. So who knows? Let me show you this first, guys. What we're talking about with this. This popped 2 hours ago, and I thought it was kind of interesting. I saw it, and I thought you guys might too if you haven't seen it already. So here we go. Hold on a minute.
5-year-old Joe Clyde Daniels disappeared from his Dixon County home in 2018. And now some of the very same people who are looking for Joe Clyde are out now looking for Sebastian Rogers.
Anthony Lyle, Steve Pirtle, Josh.
There's no denying the similarities in the two cases. 5-year-old Joe Clyde, autistic, was said to have wandered away from his home at night, barefoot in his pajamas.
We'll try to get this baby out here, so that's what we're hoping for.
That was 6 years ago this month. A massive search and nothing.
Our main job and our focus is finding where he's at, his remains, if it's remains, or if he's alive, we'll find him alive.
Now consider 15-year-old Sebastian, autistic and said to have left his home in Hendersonville at night, barefoot and with a flashlight 2 months ago. A massive search and nothing.
I think in the absence of information, what we'll continue to do is go back over everything we've already done once, put a fresh set of eyes on it.
Back to Joe Clyde, who is presumed dead. You may recall his case quickly turned criminal. Much like Sebastian, there was no physical evidence to explain his disappearance. The key difference is his father confessed to killing his son. He quickly recanted that confession, but was still found guilty at trial.
Why did I kill my son?
To date, Joe Clyde's body still has never been found.
Welcome,
Legal
Senny and
experts
Big
say
Al.
his father never would have been convicted without the confession. So what does this mean for Sebastian?
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
This despite hours of interviews with those close to Sebastian. So no confession, no physical evidence, and no new leads. If anything is to be learned from Joe Clyde Daniels' case, it's that someone who knows something needs to speak out and come forward with that information. And if they don't, it's very possible that Sebastian's case will never be solved. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
And we can't have that, you guys. I am petrified that this case is going to go cold. It already started to remind me. Thank you, SRB. There's Doodlebug's link, guys. Check out her channel. She does some great stuff over there. Please, if you will, I really appreciate it. I cannot even fathom this case going cold and us not finding him, okay? And I don't want to think about that just as much as Summer Wells or Joe Clyde. I don't want to think of any of that stuff. These kids should be coming home, not never being seen or heard from again. And I don't like that, guys. I don't. That's the one thing about Joe Clyde's case that I about that clip that I don't like being reminded of, is that it's been 6 years and we have nothing. This is the bad part of this stuff, guys. It's all bad. It's all bad. It's all bad. Okay. So, excuse me. But in reference to it, that's why I was showing it to you guys, because it is along the same lines of the same type of case. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, Brian. Mama Bear, hello, hello. You're welcome to join me if you'd like to, if you're not working, because you're always working. Yeah, I know. I wish they would find Summer. I wish something would just something would happen. I really wish it would in any of these cases. So, I don't know. Agreed, Arctic. There's way too many cold cases out here. Way too many, guys. And especially with kids. Okay, missing children. It's too much. Robin, Buonadono. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I hope I said that right. Oh, yes. Okay. No worries. No worries. I haven't seen you in a few days. I just wondered. I understand. Thank you for being in the chat either way. Butterfly71, thank you for joining us. So, let's see here. Sounds great, Mama Bear. Sounds great. Sounds great, Mama Bear. Sounds great. And again, thank you. Yes, she does. She didn't even get to go on vacation with the last one. I can't believe he's not been found. I know. It's really sad, Robin. It really is. Every bit of it. And it needs to stop. Needs to stop. So let's see here, guys. 5 hours ago, I like to show you guys all the news releases that come out on these things, as always. Here we go. This is a newer one from 5 hours ago. You may have seen it already, but I'm showing you anyway.
Well, it's been nearly 8 weeks since Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Sumner County home. The 15-year-old with autism believed to have walked off in the middle of the night, according to his mother and stepfather, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. That happened back on February 26. Tonight, a vigil at Beach High School, Sebastian's school, as the 2-month mark nears. The community gathered to pray for Sebastian's return, wearing green bracelets and ribbons, his favorite color. Now, there has been little, if any, trace of the teen and no viable leads, according to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and TBI. Volunteers, meantime, continue to help canvass Sumner County outside of the initial 5-mile radius covered by law enforcement. There are even volunteer dive crews in state now helping. Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers.
I'm so sorry, Robin. You have my condolences
To find his
wholeheartedly.
So God, we thank you for Sebastian's life. And God, right now we're seeking you. We're asking you for a miracle. We're asking you to reveal yourself to us, to reveal the truth to us.
This week, Sebastian's father launched an online petition urging the FBI to take over the investigation into Sebastian's disappearance. Rogers saying too much time has passed for this not to be investigated as a criminal case. He's also hired 2 private detectives at this point. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office continuing to say they have not let up in working to find Sebastian and that they will be leaving no possibilities off the table.
All right. And there we are. 2 months, guys. 2 months. 2 months too long. That's a fact. Way too long. 1 day is too long with any of these kids. It really is. And that's facts. That is facts. We have to look at every avenue out there. Like I said, Salty has been really honing in on a RSO that lives right there. Literally right there, guys. And I pray to God that law enforcement has as well. Okay. I hope they've been looking and listening and paying attention to everything. Okay. Because it's really kind of interesting that he's there. And I'm pretty sure if I'm right, Clue had told me that there was one that was there that she looked into that didn't register right away like he should have, I think. I don't know if that was the one or if it wasn't. One of them is definitely registered due to offending children. That's the problem. That's the biggest issue I have. Okay. So, hey, yo, baby, welcome. Good to have you here. Great to see you. Oh, my God. Well, if you ever need anything you want it talked about, put out there, Robin, I'm right here. I got your back with it. No matter what it is, I will definitely do it for you. Any way, shape, or form we can help, please let us know. And it's wonderful to have you here with us today and in the future, should you choose. Thank you very much. That's right. 4 minutes away. And he is a child offender, folks. That's the problem. And like I said, Salty's been zeroed in on this guy from the beginning. Clue went looking at a couple of them. I don't know, she checked out where they're at, how close they are, so on and so forth. But Salty's got a file on this guy, and he's been literally zeroed in on this person, just waiting and watching to see what's going on. Because she's got a theory, and it makes sense. Like I said, there's a few people, yeah, and she's right. She's not the only one. It's the only thing that makes sense to anybody, to me. I've said this to guys like 100 times. Like, I think that that Sebastian very possibly for some reason was triggered or something lured him from that home. Okay. And he went out the door and unfortunately as a crime of opportunity and boom, he was taken. And I think that it really needs to look deep into. You can go knock on anybody's door and say, hey, what's going on? You know, what have you been doing? Where were you this day or night? What were you up to? You know, you got to have a warrant, obviously, to search somebody's home. We know that, guys. But still, if that's the case, then they need to figure out what to do to figure out what's going on. Because every option needs to be looked into, period. And that's good right there. Thank you. The private investigator says that they're checking all RSOs, and that's awesome to know. I hope that the PIs are doing it as well as LE. So, all right, now let's get to the other side of things to keep on track. Let's see here. Yeah. Right. Agreed. Good point, Salty. They need probable cause to enter. So we're going to review a video today that has some information that has been put out. Let's see here. Hold on a minute. 1 sec. All right. Again, sorry for that. Party of 5, welcome. Good to see you tonight. And they can knock on the door they want. Getting in is different. And that's the thing, guys, is you can knock on a door 40, 50,000 different times. If there's somebody in that house that they don't want you to see, you're not going to see them unless you have a warrant. So Sebastian got into a car. Does TBI know that? That's a good point and a good question. That's another good point, Andy. I do agree with that. Like, you should be able to walk in their home if there's probable cause, or even if you just think, you should be able to walk in at any time at that point. That, I think they lost their right. When you become that person, you lose certain rights, or you should lose certain rights, in my opinion. That's just an opinion I have. It doesn't mean it's, you know, the gospel, folks, but oh my God, I don't know. If they are so, can't be searched at any time. I don't know. From my understanding, Twiz, you got to still get a warrant and everything else. So, and that's the case. If TBI does have some info, they're not going to tell anybody right now, guys. I think they're holding things really close to their chest because there's been so much craziness with this. Holly Ramsey, welcome. Good to see you tonight. What about the Uber that was in the area? They figured out. I think that's been debunked, Holly, because I haven't heard anything else about that. Milo, quit. Good Lord. Welcome, Eagle. Thank you for joining us tonight. I think never treated it. This is anything more than a runaway case from the beginning. That's why they messed up and dropped the ball. In some senses, I think that was probably an issue from the beginning as well. I do. Happened to a little girl in her neighborhood. The neighbor had her told the cops he hadn't seen her in 3. Yes. Yeah. Well, just like with Elizabeth Smart. Okay, that's why Salty keeps going back to that case. She was right there, and right in front of everybody's face the whole time. They had her dressed in Middle Eastern. I don't know what it's called, but it's the clothing that the women wear in the Middle East, where they cover their face and they wear the gowns and all that kind of stuff. She was right there. Nobody saw it. And he was too, and nobody knew. You're not going to question that, okay? Because first of all, it's a disrespectful type way to approach somebody. So they're not going to question that until they have reason to. Well, here we go. That's the best way to hide anybody, is put them right in front of your face. She's walking around people all the time. They're seeing her every day, not knowing who she is. And she was brainwashed, of course. So, these things can happen, you guys. That's the thing. I mean, I would like to think that, things are probably not gonna be just enough. I don't want you guys to take that and think that Sebastian's walking around dressed in Middle Eastern clothing. I'm just giving you an example, as in things like this happen. And like I said, hiding in plain sight. It's right there. And you would have never thought to look there. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. So they were all dressed that way. And yes, him, his wife, and her, they all dressed that way too. And nobody would have approached them. Why would you approach them? Unless this little girl starts screaming, help me, help me, help me. This isn't my family. This is not, but she didn't. So nobody knew. Nobody's going to approach them in that sense. They're going to leave them alone because they're not doing anything. So, and then that situation happened. There it was. So it's insane that these things can happen, but they do. So, Annie Ruler, welcome. Good to have you here. Very, very much so. You could shave his head, dye his hair black, take his glasses from him. Okay? It doesn't, people change their looks all the time. Welcome, woke up in 84. Thank you for joining us. Yes, way too long. I think Seth is most suspicious to me, but I also think he's just gotten hemmed up to the media. Right. I got what you're saying. I do. Thank you, guys. We're out in the algorithm now where we belong. I appreciate it. And like I said, abductors, they will get inside the abductees' heads, okay? And make them believe things and make them feel a certain type of way about themselves and so on and so forth, just like they did with Elizabeth Smart, okay? Who knows what's been said to him? If somebody has him, that's all it takes, guys. They could tell him all sorts of different things to make him believe that the situation he's in is the way he's supposed to be, okay? What do we got going on here? Somebody said something about teeth. Did I miss it? Carolyn, what did you say, Miss Carolyn? Are we talking about Sebastian's teeth? Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about. Elizabeth was told that her family would be killed, and he knew the family. You go to a child like Sebastian and you say something like that to him, he's going to abide by what they tell you. What they tell him. Oh, really, Clue? Hey, Kimber, welcome, hon. Where did you find it at? Is it out somewhere to see? I'd be interested to see it myself. Dang it, Nancy. Thank you for joining us. Sup. Well, as far as disguising is why I think the teeth were brought up, Kels. That's all. Norma Fralin, welcome. Good to have you here. So then again, we also had somebody that came out, and this really bothered me too. Somebody questioned it here. Somebody came forth and said, I have Sebastian. He's here. No. Okay, it's obvious that it's not him. That this guy doesn't. It's a hoax. And people like that, I hope that guy gets some kind of time for this, because that's insane. You don't play games and stuff like this, guys. You don't. Marie TN, welcome. I'm guessing Marie, Tennessee. There could have been more than one set of footprints by the retention pond, one bare and one without shoes, hence the about shoe size. Anything's possible. Anything's possible, Marie. I agree. Cotton Eye Joe. Get up. Welcome, Gray Pearl. Thank you for joining us. Unhoused person. Yeah, at the very least, yes. Very, very least. That should be, you should be charged and have to do time for that. If that's how all that went down, damn him. Damn him. That's crazy. So anyway, like I said, I want to review this video in regards to the new possible situation with the Proudfoots and Seth, and hope that to make sure that's what it is, and ensure that that's what's going to happen, because it does need to. Now, once again, please refrain, if we can, from attacking Seth or attacking Chris and Katie. It's not about that. It's about Sebastian. Let's remember that, okay? I know you guys are welcome to your opinions, but let's just not say anything rude, nasty, or anything like that if we can help ourselves, okay? Please and thank you. Now, Pascal put this video out a day ago or so, it says, and we're going to review this and hear this conversation about this, and I hope that this is what happens. This should have happened a long damn time ago, folks, in my opinion. I said that. They should have been together from the very beginning, working together, not against each other, because that is what has provoked people to feel the way they do about some of the situations, okay? That's all I'm saying about that. Now, everybody in here is welcome to have their opinions about any one of the three of them. That's your opinion and you're right. Voicing it is a different situation right now. If something were to, listen, I've said this before, if something were to come out later on when they find Sebastian, we can go to town, guys. I'll be leading the train and talk about those people at that point, or that person, or whoever it is, okay? At the moment, though, it's not going to help find him at all. So let's just remember that. Like I said, I just want to see what this is about, review this, and see what the scenario is, because I didn't get to see this yet. We're watching this together for the first time. No, you're good, crew. Welcome, Angela. Thank you for joining us. That's exactly it. That's bingo. Thank you. We cannot look for Sebastian if we're focused on Katie or Chris or Seth. Period. That's the way it works. I'm sure. Is it already happening? Or, see, that's what I'm talking about, folks.
Mad if I'm there and saying Team Sebastian, but I'm hit that subscribe button on my YouTube channel. That'd be greatly appreciated. Of course. Hit that join button if you're watching on YouTube. Become a member of the family. That would be dope as hell. And of course, you can check out Patreon. Patreon.com/The Pascal Show. Okay? All right, guys. We got to get into this because, like I said, we got things to talk about. There's some aggressive stance, thoughts. I got a lot of thoughts. And I think a lot of them are echoing what the people, you guys,
sorry, guys.
Family chat, you amazing individuals out here are feeling, okay,
right,
in the group chats, in the family discussions and all that. But we need to talk about this, all right? So at this vigil, of course, Seth is there, family is there, friends are there, volunteers are there, people who are just wanting to be there in solidarity, showing positivity, trying to send vibes to bring Sebastian back home. Allegedly, there was a allegedly, surprisingly, Chris Proudfoot shows up to the vigil. No Katie Proudfoot in sight. I want to make that abundantly clear. From my understanding, Katie Proudfoot was not there. But there was a conversation that was being had, allegedly, between Seth and Chris Proudfoot. Now, allegedly, again, rumor has it that there was, at first, a very heated exchange of words between Chris Proudfoot and Seth Rogers. Now, if you see this photo, to me, this looks pretty like a pretty aggressive stance. Let's keep it real. Very, very, very aggressive stance. He obviously, you could tell he's feeling some type of way. And let's be real. Let's not forget, we don't know. I mean, personally, I don't. And I don't know about you guys and I don't know about the internet streets and all that stuff. But I don't know the last time that they've actually physically been in the same place at the same time. Both.
And I'm sorry, you guys. we're reviewing a video. I'm giving my opinion on this. We don't know that that's what that is. That could have been just something being explained. That's not the way to put that stuff out there. That doesn't help things, okay? In my opinion, that's all I'm saying. But anyway, exactly, Twizzle. They could be telling a joke to each other. He could be explaining something about putting oil in a truck or something like that, guys. Come on. And I'm kind of disappointed that Pascal said it like that because it's almost provoking a situation, and that's really not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to find a 15-year-old missing child. Not try to say, hey, Chris and Seth are fighting. It could be what it is, but we don't know that. I'm just saying we don't know that, okay? Until we know that, period.
Proudfoot and Seth Rogers. I've yet to hear anything about them being physically in the same place at the same time. So I'm sure there's a lot, okay? I'm sure there's a lot of tension from over the past few weeks,
SRB,
etc., that have transpired because of things that they've been slinging mud.
Exactly right, Kimber.
Okay.
And that's the point, guys, as we review this. We have enough situations that have been provoked in this and that continue to be. Why add fuel to this fire? Why? This could be where they're stating that they're going to work together. This could be them talking about this is what we need to do. This is how we should do it. That's not what's being expressed right here, and that's not the way to do this, guys. And I have to say I disagree with this. That's all.
The Rogers have been slinging mud at each other at the Proudfoots, and the Proudfoots have been slinging it back. It has been very ugly. Okay. And I understand why. I mean, just on the side of Seth Rogers' side, I understand why mud was being flung. Okay. You hit a wall and then suddenly you can't take it anymore. You're lost. You can't figure out what to do anymore. You're by yourself. You're not being helped. You are not sleeping. You're trying to nurse an injury, etc. Like, it's just one thing after another, all these bad things. And then on top of it, still having no clues to give you a solid idea of where the heck your son is. Add all that together. That's a recipe for a very, very disastrous situation and maybe mindset. But when you have Proudfoots out here and not doing anything, getting in an RV and driving away, staying in Mississippi or doing whatever the hell they're doing, Seth seeing that too. It's not only just us seeing that. That can make somebody feel some type of way. Now, I want to say this too. I'm side-eyeing the Proudfoots like a mug. I'm side-eyeing them like crazy. I want to make that abundantly clear. I am side-eyeing the Proudfoots till they actually show me proof positive they have nothing to do with the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. I will still have that till I see absolutely smoking gun evidence that exonerates them. I'm still side-eyeing them until I see proof. But they came together. They had an exchange.
That's a great point, Teresa, and it makes perfect sense. I love your dog, by the way. Makes perfect sense. And this is how it's been turned. And like I said, that's up to us to keep. It's up to us to keep things square on. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
At least in the very.
We can talk about all this, guys. Once we review some of this stuff, I'm going to open the phone lines. I'm going to open the panel. We're going to discuss this stuff as the way it is. That's all.
Very beginning, it was very heated, and then the tone changed. And I think it was basically Seth and Chris finally agreeing on, hey, the common denominator here, we need to set aside our differences, and we need to focus on trying to find Sebastian. Now, I even said this. I said the same doggone thing. Okay.
Bingo.
I said the same doggone thing. Now I got to pull it up. I'm going to pull it up because we got a little bit of time.
You know what, Sherry? That's a good point. I had to wonder that myself because we hear from one side that they're getting daily updates. We hear from the other side they're not. I got to wonder, knowing how law enforcement does things, I can't imagine with any case that there would be daily updates. I mean, it's just an opinion I have, but I tend to agree with you on that. I really do.
I got to find it, though. You feel me? But I said the same doggone thing on Court TV.
That's what I'm saying, Clue. That's why I got to tell you right from the beginning, I'm not happy with this. This is not what we're trying to do. Even when they're coming inward, from what I can understand, Steph's coming out saying that they're trying to work together. There's
the dynamics of the divorce, everything.
In my opinion, just saying.
I'm gonna pull this up real quick.
The dynamics of the divorce, everything else. But at the end of the day, there's not a unified approach to the search, to looking, to trying to find what happened here. And that is troubling. From people you've spoken to in all of this, do you get a sense that the Proudfoots were getting some flack and it could have been potentially dangerous for them to hang around, that people were looking at them the wrong way? And we know sometimes how these stories and cases can take on a life of their own, and you start to feel a little bit of the pressure.
Well, I will say this. I mean, I get it that they may be getting death threats. They may be getting some threats of some sort. There may be a lot of pressure where everybody's giving them the hard side eye. I definitely get that. But at the end of the day, the main common goal should be universal. The focus on finding Sebastian. I don't know about you, okay, but as a family man, as someone who cares for my loved ones, if ever someone I loved went missing, I don't care how much ridicule. If I became the town's pariah, I wouldn't care. I'd still show up and do everything I could.
Now, and this is one of the reasons why we're watching this. He doesn't know. And that's the thing that bothers me. I've heard a lot of people talk about this too. We don't know, you guys, exactly what Chris and Katie have done or not done. Okay. Now, in some senses, yes, they've admitted to, yeah, I wasn't doing this or that often, so on and so forth. And I'm not taking sides on this because I never will. I told you guys that I will not do it. I don't blame them in some senses for not doing certain things because they've been attacked from the beginning. Okay. What I would do it privately so that nobody knew what I was doing, things like that, because it's not been done fairly, in my opinion, in some senses. Okay. So, and again, this is more fuel, more gas. Let's make that fire bigger. That's exactly what this is doing. Welcome, Jen Burris. Thank you for joining us. And that's all this is. It's inciting it. I agree with that, SRB, 100%. That's exactly what this is doing. And I disagree with this wholeheartedly. And I got to say, guys, that I never expected Pascal to do stuff like this. I've never seen him act like that with this. I'm just saying, this is just my opinion. I'm not saying he's a bad creator by any means. I'm not talking bad about him. I'm just saying, you know, it just surprises me that it's being put out like this is all I'm saying.
To find my son, to find my daughter, to find my loved one.
So, of course, there was more that I said here, of course, but, you know, take some time, take a look at it when you get some time. That would be really appreciated.
They very well could.
Long story short, as you guys heard in the very beginning, this should be a unified front. The unified focus should be trying to find Sebastian. It shouldn't be, oh, we're all up in our fields and we feel some type of way and blah, blah, blah. Like, I get it. Trust me. Even with the Gabby Petito, that is a blended family as well. You're telling me that they all got along in the very beginning? I'm sure they had their fair share of BS too. Family drama crap.
I'm going to have to disagree with that because I followed Gabby's case from the beginning. Joe Petito and Gabby's mom, I can't remember her name, her mom and Gabby's stepfather and Joe's wife, there was never any of this, guys, never any of this that I ever saw anywhere. It all was blended well and they worked together. And from my understanding, continuously they did through the whole thing. Never did I ever see anything like this. And there was nobody out there putting that out there doing that either. They weren't trying to spike that to make that happen from what I remember. I didn't do it here. I was doing it in my little notebooks, watching my TV and stuff. But like I said, I was following it from the beginning of and I think I did bring it out here at the end of it. But I'm just saying, guys, it's not. This is not the way to do it. Thank you very much, Daniela, from Ontario, Canada. Before your live, I absolutely will. I love birthdays here. One of my mods, can you take note of that? I can't find my notebook right now. So I remember to not forget. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. And happy 10th birthday, Miss Annabelle. And I got a little surprise for you here at the end. All right, guys, let's get forward. And again, thank you so very much for that, Daniela, the super chat. And Tracy, welcome. Great to have you guys here.
You know, tension and whatnot. you know, because one's been with the other, they made a baby together, they were in a relationship together, you know, and then they parted, you know, those things do happen. There's always going to be tension and opinions and all that when it comes to blended families, but it should be a united front. The Proudfoots and the Rogers extended family, the Proudfoots extended family should be banding together looking for Sebastian. I've been saying this since day freaking one when the drama started. Okay? Once the drama started going on. All right? Now, the thing is that I'm still going to say that. I'm still going to say that. Because at the end of the day, there's reasons why I say it. And I'm explaining in just a second. So they had this fight. They said some things. Then suddenly, one of them, I'm assuming it was Seth, finally said in the conversation, like, we need to set all this BS aside and we need to focus on trying to find Sebastian. We need to band together and we need to try to find Sebastian. And allegedly, they band together. They have finally decided to join forces and look for Sebastian. I got to play this video. It's from Justin on TikTok, because from my understanding, Justin on TikTok is the one that got the video. I've seen it chopped up and all that, and I think people should give credit where credit is due. So I think it's from Justin on TikTok as the original source. I just want to make that abundantly clear. So I'm going to show you guys his TikTok really.
Again, thank you so much, Daniela. Another super sticker. God bless. I appreciate that very much. Very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Quick, okay? You know, he's a family member. He's a family friend.
Tonight. So I was asked tonight to stream the Vigil for Sebastian Rogers, and when I got there, this was going on. That's Seth Rogers, and that's Chris Proudfoot. And I saw them talk for quite a while before the Vigil started. Now, Chris was not able to stay for the Vigil. He had something that he had to do, which is not my business to disclose.
That's weird, though, that he didn't have time to stick around. I think that's weird. I will say that. He didn't have time to be there for the prayer vigil, but he had time to come in and have an exchange of words with Seth. I think that's weird. But like I said, hey, it is what it is. Let's continue.
But Seth obviously did. But then Seth shared what their discussion was about, and I'm going to show you.
Me and Chris are putting our differences aside.
Now, I want. Okay, before we go into this piece, this part, okay? Yeah, Diecat. Okay, yeah, he had time to confront Seth. It's weird, right? That sucks.
Okay, so there it is. He had time to confront Seth. That's not a confrontation. A conversation and a confrontation are two different things. Remember that. So what should be being said is he had time to have a conversation with Seth. It's not weird. The man is, from my understanding, is still working. Who knows what he had to do? Okay, it doesn't matter. It's not our business anyway. I'm just saying it was a conversation, not a confrontation. Once again, fuel to the fire.
Sus. That's sus as hell, okay? That's just my personal opinion. It's sus. You had time to go up to his face. Show face at this prayer vigil. But you can't even stay 5-10 minutes. You gots to go. That makes no sense. I'm sorry. It irks my soul. I'm going to be real. I don't care, okay? Still doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, all right, it is what it is. That's how it went down. Let's continue.
Me and Chris are putting our differences aside.
Welcome, Helen. Good to have you here, dear.
It's about finding Sebastian. Me, Chris, and Katie will begin working together. And if everybody else could just fuck off and put your egos aside, help us find our son. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is the goal of this shit. If you can't get on that, get the fuck.
So something
okay
big happened tonight.
So there's something I really want to say about this video. Can I just say this? Okay, I have nothing but love for Seth. Real talk, okay? Because I know he's the only, so far. We'll see in the upcoming days, all right? Starting tomorrow, or starting even today, we'll see what this alliance really does, okay? This is shocking. And I get it for everybody else out there. It is shocking information. I know a lot of people are feeling some type of way because a lot of people have been very split. It's been either Team Rogers or Team Proudfoots out here, okay? I get that. And the fact that it's like, oh my God, you know, the dark side of the force is working with the light side of the force. What the hell's going on here? There's a lot to break down here.
There's another part of the problem. There's a line that has been run right down the middle of this. And this is why. Saying things like that, no. That doesn't work. That doesn't help. Doesn't change anything. Okay. Regardless of how anybody feels about this man or the Proudfoots, it's not helping, guys, in any way, shape, or form. We know that. And that continuously saying things like that puts that in people's minds, and it just keeps on going. It keeps on going. Welcome, Cat Lady. Thank you for joining us. This kind of stuff bugs me. I'll be honest with you. That 100%, Cassie. 100%. Nobody. I agree. I mean, a lot of people probably feel the same way you do, Firefly. I can agree. Becky Strider, welcome. Another good point, Becky. I agree.
All right. But I want to talk about his approach and his demeanor, the language that he's saying here, and all that. Now, I haven't spoken to Seth yet. Personally,
thank you, Missy, and welcome.
Hopefully, we get some time to have a conversation, and I can get a better understanding of what he is saying here. And I could see, and I can understand why a lot of people out there in the internet street are kind of turned off about his choice of words and how he's saying it. One thing I will
100%, Sherry. That's right.
I
where
get what
we're
he's
at.
trying to say. I get that he's saying, hey, we're going to join forces. Anybody has a problem with it, there's the door. If you got a problem with it, don't come to me. Because
that right there is it in a nutshell, in my opinion, Heather, that the drama sells clicks, views, whatever it does it. And if they're getting along and they're working together, there's no drama. Guess what? There's nothing to put out there to draw 1,000 people in to go, I want to hear what was said now. I want to see what happened this set. It's that doesn't. All of that being done in the background is for Sebastian that nobody's even thinking about at that point in time. And he's still not been found. That's the whole problem. Thank you for that, Heather. I appreciate that.
I ain't listening, right? You got to understand where he is mentally as well. This man is tired. He's broken down. It is a wrap for him with everything. He just wants to find his son. And I get that. He's at that place of desperation where he wants to do whatever it takes to find Sebastian. So if it means that he has to join allegedly the dark side of the force, then so be it. If that's what he needs to do. So here's my thing. Here's my thing about this. Here's my thing. This is just my opinion, and I'm just catching vibes here, okay? So I could be absolutely wrong. Let me just be completely real with y'all, all right? I could be completely wrong here. But didn't he just get done with an argument / conversation with Chris Proudfoot? Could he have been taking that frustration?
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we don't know. He doesn't know that that was an argument. Stop saying that. Nobody knows that that's what that was. So now that's being embedded in people's minds that that was an argument, that interaction, even though Seth just said out of his own mouth that was Chris and him putting their differences aside, having that conversation. And it's still being pushed that it was an argument. That's wrong. I'm sorry. It's wrong.
That he just got done with Chris Proudfoot and brought it into this video. I'm not sitting here saying that's how he should have done it or anything of that sort, but I'm just saying this is
exactly. And every one of you guys sees this and heard it. Boom, 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 boom. We heard it, guys. 100%. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so once again, we heard what we heard. The man said it from his own mouth. Stop. Just stop with it.
Doesn't sound like full verbiage or the vernacular that Seth Rogers uses on a regular basis. Yes, we use the F-bombs. Yes, we do all that kind of thing. But I feel like it's a little bit of Chris Proudfoot energy. Does that make sense? Now, I could be absolutely wrong. But it feels like he's taken that energy that he just received from Chris Proudfoot, runs into Justin on TikTok, who is holding his camera, his phone, and that he just blurts it all out. So it's not only him saying it, which would be a lot more like with heart and love and compassion. It gives me Chris Proudfoot vibes. Now, again, I'm not trying to move the goalpost, okay? I'm not trying to sit there and trying to manipulate this in a way to make it seem like, oh, whatever, okay? But there's a vibe I'm getting here. This seems almost seconds after that conversation, which was very heated. right? That's one part. The other part is too,
Thank you, D.
listen, I'm going to join forces with these people. I got to. I know the internet's going to be upset about that. But hey, if you can't handle it, you can't handle it. Can't say anything much about that anymore. We're going to keep it moving. Okay.
Like I said, guys,
So,
I will be
I think
opening
that
the
there's
phone
some
lines
things,
and bringing this up for us to
that
talk
were
about it.
said
Miss Helen, if you want to call
in
in,
this,
I'll have
and I
the
can
lines
see
open for you
it
as
would turn
well.
a lot of people off. I get that part. I do. But I also think that he is also extremely tired. He has been ran through with this case. Okay? He is at his wit's
I
end, and
wholeheartedly
all
agree,
he
Steve.
needs, all he is praying for is a miracle. And this might sound weird, but maybe by them teaming up, that may be the miracle he has been wanting all of this time. I know that might be the thing that you don't want to hear. In fact,
Thank you,
that's
Misty.
something that I'm side-eyeing the Proudfoots too. That may not be something that I want to hear. But at the same time, if that means that gets him access to TBI, more information, direct information to TBI from
All right,
local law
Cal,
enforcement,
thank you for letting
knowing
me know. I turned
exactly
it
what's
down.
going on, if that's what he has to do so that he can find Sebastian.
I turned it down. Let me know if that's still too loud. I'll turn it down more. My apologies, guys. Welcome, Leslie. Good to see you tonight. Leslie and Billy, I'm sorry. Sounds great, Carolyn.
So be it. Make it so. Like I said, ladies and germs, I'm still side-eyeing them like a mug. And I'm not the biggest fan of hearing about this alliance, but at the same time, sometimes you
let's do it. This morning.
Man, I'm doing good. First off, I appreciate you calling in, because I know that there's been a lot going on. How was first off, most important thing, how was the prayer vigil? How was that last night?
It was pretty good. Wonderful person up there saying prayer. And then we had a great person on the guitar.
That's dope. That's dope. I'm glad that there was a good turnout. There's a lot of positivity, a lot of people giving you prayers and hugs and just giving a lot of positive energy to Sebastian Rogers. And that is the main goal, right? Is finding Sebastian. So
that is the goal.
That is the goal, my brother. So can we talk about this? Because I know that there's been a lot of people that have been very, very shocked about this update, right? Now, is it true that there was an exchange of heated words between you and Chris Proudfoot when he showed up? Is that true?
No, he just came up and spoke. He had actually showed up earlier before everybody showed up for the vigil. He showed up. He swung by. I had to fill my truck popped, putting some windshield wiper fluid in there, and he swung by to see if I was having vehicle problems.
Mm-hmm. So he came over
and then he came by.
Yeah.
Then he came by afterwards, right before the vigil started, to have a conversation with me.
Right.
And, just wanted to put stuff aside and work together to find Sebastian. And I told him, that's all I want is to find Sebastian.
So he's the one who said, hey, we should align up, we should join forces and try to find Sebastian, correct?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Bet. I mean, that's a beautiful thing.
So that means you got to eat your words now, okay? Because it says it right there. Stop to see if Seth needed help per Seth, and Seth brought it up. Okay, then.
That's great news. That is great news.
That's fine with me. Let's do it.
I see. I see. So then, okay. So then let's talk about this video, okay? Because it's blew up. It is blown up the internet overnight. Okay, I woke up this morning to DMs, et cetera, with this, reacting to this video. Can you explain to me what's up? What happened? What was going on with this video?
Well, first of all, I don't have social media.
Right.
And so, about the only thing I hear is what other people be telling me.
Mm-hmm.
And besides all the spam stuff that's been coming in with people saying that they have my sons, which that takes a real particular disgusting piece of garbage to do that.
Right.
Just kind of gets on my nerves. Well, first of all, I don't have social media.
Right.
And so, about the only thing I hear is what other people be telling me.
Mm-hmm.
And
There it is right there. Okay? That right there, in my opinion, is the number one problem. You know, I don't have social media. The man does not have any social media accounts. He stated that from the very beginning. So the only info he gets, any of this stuff that he hears and gets from anything, is what they tell me. Not everyone, okay? From people from social media, this, that, everything else. So that's where it all comes from. What is being said, word of mouth, rumors, people that are trying to keep them fighting. Okay, well, Katie said this, and Chris did that. Did you know that Katie said this, or did you know that Chris and Katie did that, where you were doing this? That's what this is all about, you guys. It's insane. I remember this shit. Here, you go give this. You go give this to Timmy, okay? And then bring it back when he answers it. And then when that one does that, and this is high school bullshit, you guys. And we're better than this, and they're better than that, okay? And he's better than this. This is ridiculous. It's insane, and it's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Besides all the spam stuff that's been coming in with people saying that they have no sons, which that takes a real particular disgusting piece of garbage to do that.
Right.
You know, just kind of gets on my nerves that people think it's a joke. Sit there and say that they have my kids.
Okay. Yeah, the fake kidnapper and all the hoax, all the fake scamming that's been going on revolving around your son. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's just despicable.
I see.
In my opinion.
Yeah. You know, I get it. And I get why you would say something like that, because it wasn't directed towards
now,
people who are out here supporting. Go ahead.
I appreciate everybody that is supporting me. Anybody who has donated to the Cash App, to the GoFundMe, their time, their effort to go out and pass out flyers in whatever town they're in, whatever state they're in, people that have traveled from other states to here to help pass out flyers. 100%. I appreciate you all 100%. All right. But these people that just don't understand that I want to find my son, and why people are sitting there trying to go, oh, we're Team Seth. Oh, we're Team Chris and Katie. Did you hear Sebastian and Team Seth or Team Chris and Katie?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Seth, for making that statement. We're Team Chris. And Katie. We're Team Seth. Where's Team Sebastian? Where's Team Sebastian? Right here, folks. This is where, and a few other channels, Arctic Fox's channel and Dutch's channel and other Cluminati and all these other stuff. These people have to focus. We need to focus on this child. None of these other teams. Okay? There shouldn't be teams. One big team. Team Sebastian. Parents included.
Right.
There's no Sebastian in Team Seth or Team Chris and Katie. You know?
Yeah.
It's disgusting. We have a 15-year-old child that's missing.
That's the greatest thing I've ever heard him say.
His son is missing. Katie's son is missing.
Absolutely. Now,
right.
But there has been a lot of groundwork over the past 50 some odd days that has been splitting the room for a little while. So
why did that need to be brought back up? As soon as he said that, Katie's son is missing and my son is missing. And he says, we're right, but come on now, bro. Just say, right, that's great. Move forward. That's all you got to say. That's all you got to say. Welcome, Slow Southern Style. See, this pisses me off now. Exactly, Kimber. That's what sure as hell looks like to me. That's exactly what it looks like to me. This is insane. No wonder everybody's pissed off about this. I've never seen this yet, folks. We're watching it together for the first time. That's why I'm doing it with you guys. And this is insane. Oh, Lord Almighty. I'd love to hear what Becky has to say about this in the Nonsense channel. Oh, yeah.
What do you say about that? Because yes, you guys are joining forces, but you know, a little bit ago, it was a different tune. You see what I'm saying? So I can understand where people are feeling a little bit like, whoa, what happened here? You see what I'm saying? So what do you have to say about that?
Some people may be feeling, whoa.
That's the thing right there. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter what people are thinking. Who cares if they're thinking, whoa? It's about what these parents are doing and finding this child, guys. This should have happened in the very beginning. Damn. I would agree with that. I have to agree with that, Golf. I got to say I do. He should be able to see what is being done right here. I'm just saying, guys. Damn.
Like, whoa.
Right.
You know, there's a song, but I'm not there. I can't remember the song, but I know there's a song. My hip hop days are coming back.
Yeah. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, Jen, I saw that.
It's like, whoa. Yeah, there it is. Like he who has never sinned for the
This
first
is
round.
me off, Sherry. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to get all hyped up, but this irritates the hell out of me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, I know I'm a sinner. I'm here. I have sinned.
I will say though,
Chris
too.
was big enough man to come and ask me. You know, I'm big enough man to sit there and say, if you're going to help, come help.
Okay. Okay.
You know.
Okay.
How many challenges will God give me before He gives me my son?
Hopefully not many, but you also got to remember that He's here. I mean, God is present. He is there for you.
Yes.
And maybe,
but He's also watching to see how I react. He's
True.
watching to see He's watching to see if I'm going to handle the troubles that He's given me.
I see what you're saying. Listen, I understand where you're coming from.
He's done what He's done.
Right.
She has done what she has done. I have done what I have done.
Nobody's perfect. You're right. You're right. And you got to
We're not perfect.
Right.
At the same point in time, you know, we're going to hold another vigil in 2 weeks.
Are they going to be there?
Right now I'm working.
That's the thing. I think the
Right
problem
now-
is, Seth, can I just say something
and
really
it's
quick?
hopefully going to be yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I think what the general consensus is how they have been moving around here lately. It's their actions that are speaking way louder than their words. And let's not forget the words that have been said, that have been back and forth, that have been, they've been caught in not telling the full truths. There's been contradictions, so on and so forth. But most importantly, it's been the actions of their actions speaking way louder than their words. So I can see why people are
Good point, Ellen.
And I understand that
feeling a little bit
100%.
some type of way about this. Okay.
I understand that.
you know?
Actions speak louder than words, Pat.
Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate it, dear. I'm keeping it low. I'm keeping it down. I promise. This aggravates me. I want this child to come home so bad, you guys, and you guys know that. This type of stuff, it just throws it. In my opinion, it constantly throws a wrench in the gear. It stops the wheels from turning. Okay, and we don't need any more of this. We need to put this down. Shut it down. It needs to be shut down. Let them do their thing together. Let them go find their child. Stay out of it. That's all I'm saying.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Sherry, very much.
But everybody deserves a chance.
Everyone does deserve a chance. And again, this could very well, I'm going to be real. I'm going to keep it really real. Like I said,
Angel D, what's going on? Good to see you in the house. Anonymous, thank you for joining us tonight. Polly, Pepper, Pamela, welcome. Good to have you here. Joseph Wilkins, good to have you here. And I love seeing you guys all say these things. I don't care what Chris and Katie do. It's all about the little boy to be found. Amen. Amen to that, brother. Amen. And that's for all you guys. Thank you for all of that. I'm glad that you're all on the same page that we are with this, because it shows. It shows who cares, guys, and it shows that you all care about the child. That we don't care what happened in Seth and Katie's marriage, or Chris and whatever her name's marriage. It doesn't. None of that matters. It never did. Okay. This little boy right here. That's what matters and always has.
right before you called, that this could very well be the miracle that you've been maybe looking for and hoping for. Maybe this alliance will get us closer to finding Sebastian for sure. That's without a shadow of a doubt. You see what I'm saying? So I'm really hoping.
That's what I am hoping for.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm hoping that by working together, we can find Sebastian. You know, there was two people in that house. Sebastian and Katie.
Yep.
Only those two people was there to help me try to find Sebastian. Then so be it.
Gotcha.
So be it.
I got you, man.
I want my son back. And of all things, we get judged when we're no longer here. When our time has come, we will be judged.
Right. No doubt. No doubt. Listen.
At any point in time in this world, a person can come to the realization that maybe, just maybe, they need to change. You cannot force a person to change. Only a person can change for themselves.
Those are facts. I will say this, though. I mean, at the end of the day,
I pray.
If all day. Okay, just to make it today. I say we pray. But I think it's very important that, yes, if it means that you have to set aside your differences and this alliance does what it does, I guess everybody will be watching, right? And hoping and praying that this turns into something that's productive, not only just for yourself, that relieves some of this tension off of you as well, but also helps find Sebastian for sure. But I think at the end of the day, it was really, I think at the end of the day, it is really just how the message was sent out there. And I get what you're saying now. You know, you've clarified a good portion of that, and hopefully the court of public opinion will be okay with it and they'll be able to move on. And we'll, you know, I've moved on. I know where you're coming from. I absolutely understand where you're coming from for sure. But I know that there's people that feel some type of way.
What Justin waited to show at the very end was what I actually had stated before that.
Mm-hmm.
Which was me telling everybody, I appreciate everybody who showed up. I appreciate everybody who was helping. I really do. I appreciate it 100%. I appreciate all who are helping me. I appreciate all who are going to help me. I appreciate everybody who's working to bring Sebastian back to me.
Yeah.
Because that's the goal. But if you're not going to be on Team Sebastian, kick rocks. As my PR person said, I need to stop cussing. Or as she said, stop using such colorful language.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's really part of me. So, as she has asked me to, people can kick rocks if you're not on Team Sebastian. You're either part of the solution or you're the problem.
I get what you're saying, man. I do. I think that there are people, and there's going to be people that are going to feel some type of way, and they're going to have to, you know, process this and move forward from this point on. I think what is more important than ever is how the Proudfoots operate from this point on. Because you got to remember, it's been almost 2 months since he's been gone.
2 months.
And the thing is, though, we have not seen one moment of them lifting a finger. So I think that people are feeling upset and surprised because they haven't done anything. You've been doing a lot of the heavy lifting and a lot of the speaking for the most part. And I think a lot of people are feeling like, okay,
I've got a lot of great volunteers, but
I feel like
not to interrupt, but
yeah, but
I've got a lot of great volunteers that have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Absolutely. But you are also spearheading this entire search, etc. Right? It's you, not the three of you guys. Now, I'm happy because I've even said this on many times before that there should be a united front. You guys should set your differences aside and join forces and be done with this. But that should have happened. This is what I think I feel like this is what the court of public opinion feels, that this should have happened a long ass time ago. And now suddenly they want to join forces. So I can see some people side-eyeing this movement as some sort of tactic because they realize how bad they are looking out here in these streets. So,
here we go again. See, this is such bullshit. Damn, I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Point blank. I just want to say that this is, at the end of the day, it really is about finding Sebastian all day. But Seth, unfortunately, I got to let you go, man. But I do want to ask you that, though. I do want to ask you something. Have you heard any new updates at all? Any leads? Anything? Okay.
I've got plans for next week on locations and stuff to hit.
Okay.
So.
I do have some friends that have some serious resources. I would love to rap with you about that on, off the record, when we get off the show. I definitely would love to get in touch with you about this because I got some people that have some a lot of resources and for searching, etc. So we need to talk so I can get you guys connected. So yeah,
you got my number.
I got your number, so I will call you for show. Okay, my brother. Hey, listen.
I'll answer.
At the end of the day, man, I'm with you. I'm with finding Sebastian. At the end of the day, if the Proudfoots come through and do that, hey, as long as we find Sebastian. That's what I give a damn about. Real talk. And I think that everyone else should really give a damn about that too, right? So I'm praying that this alliance works and this alliance leads you towards the path of truth and clarity. That's what I hope for with this. All right?
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
No problem, my brother. I will talk to you very soon. You stay blessed, all right?
All right. Thank you.
No problem, brother. All right.
Okay, I don't need to hear any more from that. That's enough for me. So that really lit me up, guys. I cannot believe 3 times. I counted 3 times that he flipped and rolled that, tried to roll that back out. Come on now. Come on. That's just damn. Wow. Give me a second here, guys. All right. And move that over. Now you guys get to see me wear my stylish headphones. All right, guys. The phone lines are now open. Let's talk about this. And let me see here. I will drop this in the chat for anybody that wants to join us as well. Let's go with the phones first. So the number is 234-703-4047. Give me a call. Miss Kimber is joining me. Hello, my dear. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am, I'm irritated right now, but other than that, I'm wonderful.
Yeah, I'm totally irritated too.
I mean, it's evident what that was all about. And it's evident, I counted 3 times that he tried to roll it back out. It was stopped. It was let go. Here it comes again. Stopped, let it go. Here it comes again. Come on.
Exactly.
It's insane, and it irritates the shit. And I'll be honest with you, I would watch Pascal here and there. It was never a big deal. This is the first time. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. But this is the first time I've ever seen him push something like that. And it just seems like, wow. I don't know. It just bugs me. So.
Well, see, Seth had said he was there because Chris saw the hood up on his truck, and that Chris thought he was having vehicle issues, so he stopped by. So, but see, then when Seth said that, Pascal had to backpedal, and he stuttered and stammered. But every time Seth tried to say something about Sebastian or them working together or anything like that, Pascal tries to go back to the drama. Every time he tries to go back to the drama, it has to be about the drama. It's all for that shows you that it's like, it shows you it's for the clicks, and it shows you it's for the clicks and the views and the money. That's what it shows you that channel is about. Because he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do when he found out, because that's how people talk in the South. I did not think that was a confrontation when I saw that picture. I thought nothing about that picture was confrontational.
Not at all. Well, and even if it was, we don't know how. And the thing that really got my goat on this one, I'll be honest with you, Seth very blatantly and clearly stated that it was Chris and him working their differences out, so on and so forth. And then he turns around not more than 3 seconds later and says, well, they just had a confrontation. What? You see what I'm saying? He wants that to be what it is, so that he can get 1,000 people coming in, going, "Oh, the Proudfoot's this and the Proudfoot's that. They're horrible people. They're this and that. Blah 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 blah." It's enough. I'm sorry, but it's enough.
Right. And also, the focus does need to be on Sebastian. It needs to be Team Sebastian. And Seth needs to stay off of social media, YouTube. He needs to quit doing these interviews because they're baiting him to say something about Katie, and it does not, Katie and Chris, and it does not look good when you have just stated that y'all are going to do a united front, and you've told everybody to F off if they don't want to be on board. But yet, when you go on to YouTube, they just like Pascal, he baited him to say something about Katie.
Absolutely, I agree.
They're baiting him, and he's going to say something, and that does not look good. If they're going to be a united front, be a united front. Just tell them you don't want to discuss it, that you're here to discuss Sebastian. That's exactly what he needs to tell them.
Yes, ma'am. I wholeheartedly agree with that, and that's all there is to it. Period. Absolutely.
And it's gotten so far out of hand with the drama. And Sebastian has gotten so lost in this.
Mm-hmm.
There is,
yes,
you know, the internet blew up when that came out, that he said that, you know, for everybody to F off. And he didn't mean literally, I don't think he literally meant everybody, but I'm not really sure what he meant. But I know he's thrown a lot of shade. He has thrown a lot of shade.
I know, and I want to say what my opinion is on that. I think that he means, if you're not here to find Sebastian, if you're worried about what Seth has done in his life, and you're worried about what Katie and Chris have done in their life, then F off is what I'm guessing he's saying. Now, I hope that's what it is. Okay, I really do.
But if that is what he's saying, if he is saying, you don't need to be worried about what I've done in my life or what Katie and Chris have done in their life, then he needs to not go on these YouTube channels and throw any more shade at Katie and Chris. He needs to stop it. It needs to stop. Because they bait him, and he just goes right into he just fits right into their narrative. Because that's all they want. These people that have pretended to support him and be his friends all of this time are now baiting him for clicks and views and super chats and cash app, so they can, for their cash app and everything. That's what they're doing now.
Yes, you are right. You are absolutely right.
If he shows up in a chat room, they're like, Seth, do you want to come up on panel? Don't do it. Don't come up on panel. Don't say anything. Don't go up on panel, because if you do, that's where they bait you. When you start talking, they bait you. They say one thing about Chris or Katie, and you go right along with them. Don't do it.
Here's the thing. If he ever came in here and decided he wanted to come up on this panel, I'm not going to ask those questions. I'm not going to ask questions like that at all. I'm going to ask him questions about his son.
Right.
About what did Sebastian like to eat? What did Sebastian like to do? What was his favorite game? What was this? We're going to talk about the child that's missing, not how was your marriage to Nina to Katie, and what do you think of this with the proud? That's not what we need to talk about. Nobody needs to talk about that stuff. Nobody. So that's how that would work if it ever happened. But see, I've never reached out to either one of them, Katie and Chris or Seth, and I'm not going to. If they come into my chat and they want to talk to me, then that's fine. I will never reach out to these parents because they're going through enough. They don't need to hear from me, okay, unless there's something I can do to help them. And now, doing what I'm doing is the best way I can see to do it, okay? Clue and Cletus, they've gone out boots on the ground, passed out flowers. She's put out bracelets that she's doing. She went looking for him. She's done live streams to promote that, all that kind of stuff. That's what should be being done, not, did you guys hear that this happened? And then somebody else put up a whole interview of Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife. That didn't need to be done. That's ridiculous.
No, it didn't need to be done. And there are people that are still reviewing the that are still going back from videos from a month ago or 2 months ago doing 4-hour live streams. 4-hour live streams. Well, this is where this bedroom was. So how could he have gotten here? And I'm like,
yes,
4
ma'am.
hours for that?
It's insane and disgusting. I agree. What's up, Drew?
Hi, guys.
How
Hi,
are you?
Drew.
Hey, Kimber.
I missed you today.
Yeah, I know. I was lazy as hell. I didn't do anything all day.
I kept waiting. I kept checking. I kept checking YouTube.
You're allowed to take days off. You know that.
I was gambling on my phone.
But I just think that it's just if he's gonna become a united front with them, he has to stop going online because Pascal, and I'm sorry, forgive me, chat, baited the fuck out of him.
Oh, that was.
And he went right along with him.
Hook, line, and sinker with the bobber. I'm telling you, 100%.
Yep.
I agree.
Well, did you notice how you can tell 100% that it's a money grab for Pascal?
Oh yeah, that's all it is, Clue.
Well, I'm just saying, what's the one thing he did different this time that he has never ever done with Seth Rogers on his show?
He interrupted Seth.
Mm-mm.
A lot, but that is new.
No, he ended the phone call.
Oh yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I was wondering about that because he's never done that. Usually it's Seth that has to go. And he said, well, see, I'm going to have to get off here now, so on and so forth. And yeah, that's a good point. I never
paid any attention, but he usually, because Seth is usually so tired when he calls him, but he had to backtrack too, Clue, because when Seth came on, Seth told him Chris had come by and said Chris had stopped by because he had the hood up on his truck to see if he was having truck troubles with his truck. And so then he had to backtrack because it wasn't a confrontation. And I'm like, people don't understand. That did not look confrontational to me. That's how people in the South talk to each other. That wasn't,
I said the same thing, girl. I was like, they
neither.
don't even look upset or nothing. Like, he ain't even
I mean,
hardly say. I mean, they probably didn't want everybody hearing what they were saying.
Here's the thing I'm going to tell you guys. Something my wife looked at it and she pulled her whole psychological thing. She said the fact that Seth had his hands in his pockets and was leaning on his truck shows that was a relaxed conversation. Because if it was a defensive situation, he would have had his hands out of his pockets standing in a defensive type situation, and he wasn't. He had his hands in his pockets and he was leaning back against the truck. There was nothing confrontational about that as far as I'm concerned. So
I mean, they might have cussed, but that's just what we do here.
I don't even think they were doing that. I think they were talking about, one, like I said, he was seeing if he needed help with his truck. He said that. And two, let's get rid of this shit. Let's move on. Let's do this. Let's find his child. End of story. That's how it took. It looked like that to me. Sorry.
Well,
if he would have stood by that, I'd have a little respect for him, but he didn't.
Yeah, and that irked me too when he, talked to Peter Hyatt, and then he talked to Pascal, and he's immediately.
Which interview happened first before the other? Was it
Peter happened first.
Okay.
Peter Hyatt happened first, but when he's immediately downing Katie, he says they're going to work together. But now Peter Hyatt kind of did the same thing. He goes on there and he tells Seth, well, you're just here to listen, not to talk. So then he goes on, and then he wants Seth's perspective. So, and they bait him. They do bait him. And then he just, there he goes.
Can I say something about that baiting?
Please do. Welcome, by the way.
Thank you. Kimber, I agree with you on all points except the baiting part, because he was on a show I was on. He came on the panel and he selects the panel he goes on because it's not the baiting part he's after. He knows exactly who is for him and who is against him. Has he ever gone to like Clues Channel? Hell no, he wouldn't. He
No.
would go to Dago's, and he took a chance on CJ's show. I was on there, and he came on panel, and the man left when we started asking him because we were focused on like hardcore. CJ's there. What can he do to help? How can we help? And we were asking questions that were relevant to finding Sebastian. He didn't like that.
No,
He
he can't
jumped off.
answer them either.
He did not, and he just jumped straight off without saying goodbye. So there you
Oh,
go.
okay.
So it's
See,
not
I
bait.
haven't seen him. I haven't seen him on panels like that. I've seen him on, you know,
I watched that. You're right, Golf. I did watch
Yeah.
that.
So
see, I haven't seen him on CJ's panel golf. I've only seen him on like the Pascals, you know, the other ones were like like for instance today, where the Pascal one and the Peter Hyatt one, where they kind of bait him to talk about them.
Justin,
But see,
that Justin
it
channel
looks like.
too. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
messed up part, I know what Goff is talking about, and I swear this guy, I'm not kidding, is like could be innocent, okay? Y'all know it's an open mind for me, but he is the king of misdirection. Goff literally asked him like the best, most basic question, like where can CJ be searching? Where can CJ go? What can we do to help search for him? And his literal response, you know, you've been talking to my mom.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Like, what
it
does
was.
that have to do with what she asked you?
It went completely the other direction. Like it had nothing to do with the question. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's pretty much free will talking about continuing the drama situation then.
This
like-
was
yeah.
a couple weeks ago, but who knows? I don't know where his mindset is now. I'm hoping that what he just said goes through the way it's supposed to, but we'll see. I don't
If he
know.
stops going on Pascal's show, I will trust him because as long as he shouldn't go on Pascal's show. If he really means what he said, he should not go on that dude's show. That's a big mistake on his
After that, I agree. Yes, he should see that for what it is, and somebody should tell him that that's just an instigation. That's all that is instigating the situation. If you don't want it to be that way, then don't go back there again. I agree.
He will not come on a show where people discuss other things than his situation, that he's the hero in this. He will not. I can tell you straight up. And if he does, I'm going to eat my words. But I can tell you he will not jump on the show.
So he won't jump on a panel where everybody's asking him direct questions.
That's where he should. That's where he should. That's where he would shine and he would come through and really mean what he's talking about. Because so far, you've seen him on every show out there on YouTube has been shows that agrees with him, that he's the hero. That's all. And I'm not saying he's done anything to his son. I'm not saying that at all.
They're all sus to me right now, until law enforcement says, they're all cleared or whatever, they're all suspect. Everyone's a suspect. Everyone's suspect.
Everyone. Exactly.
Nobody has been cleared. That's been stated multiple times, even though now here's the thing. Law enforcement has stated multiple times. Nobody that they can tell has done any, from what they can tell, has had any nefarious things that they've done, so on and so forth. Moving forward, that's fine. Good. Now, like Salty said it, I said it, multiple other people have said it. Everything that Seth has put out there from himself is stuff that he has heard from other people. He's not gotten any real factual information other than stuff that Ellie has told him, that he's getting. Everything he's gotten has come off of here. Okay.
Well,
and it's not good. So
does it bother anyone else? Like, I'm not even trying to like nitpick the dude when I say this and ask this, but does it not bother anyone else that you had this like exchange? You've gone on now 2 different panels and not one word about your lie detector test. Nothing.
it's not been brought up. I agree. I don't know if maybe he's not allowed to talk about it because of where it was done. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are with that. So it is an interesting point. I agree. I don't know if you saw real quick. Gray asked what you think of that conversation, Clue, between him and Chris.
I think I have to, in that situation, give credit to Chris for trying to reel the baby back in, put it back in its bassinet. But the baby woke up the next morning, went on a show, and immediately started dissing Katie again. This
Oh, I
is
didn't.
twice now I've seen you go back on your word. Number one, we won't have a GoFundMe. Well, you did that. And then number two, you talk to this man face to face. You tell him the we're gonna start working together. The crap slinging is gonna quit. And then the next morning, you're on Peter Hyatt saying Katie knows more than she's saying. The question is, will the pedestal fall that she's sitting on to where she has to tell what's going on? And it's like, dude, it was
I
not even
didn't.
24 hours ago.
Did he do 2 interviews with Hyatt, or was that the one that he did?
No, that was the first one he did. Yes,
Okay.
Sunday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I've been out of the loop for a couple days. I didn't see that either.
Well, he didn't talk a lot, but what he did say was very like it was still pointed.
Gotcha. I mean, and maybe it's see that could be the problem, you guys, is that there's been so much of that being done that he just again he has to go back into that because I think in some senses that Kimber's right about the baiting. You know, something was probably said. I don't know. I didn't watch it, but maybe something was said that got him rolling on it again, and he forgot what he said the night before. You know what I mean? I mean I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just saying.
I
What
mean,
else to explain that?
that is kind of making an excuse in
It
my
is. It
because
is.
if you say something like do that.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Greetings and welcome to this video.
I agree. Okay. So this was.
And another thing, can I add
I
one
did.
more thing about this whole situation?
Yeah.
Shoot, my brain just messed up. I forgot what I was gonna say.
You pulled a Dago. I do it all the time.
No, about you know how Pascal. I noticed that too. That Pascal just like ended the whole stream with him. Like, okay, I gotta go. And just think about this. He did not want that question to come up about the lie detector test. I bet you that was put up in chat, and he did not want anybody to go there. So that could be possibly one of the reasons he was like, "Oh, we got to go."
Well, bringing that up, why has Nancy not spoke on that yet at all? Because it's been how long?
What's she gonna say?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's kind of like, and again, I'm not going in a drama section or in a drama direction, but explain it, Nancy. That way people don't start going with it. You know what I mean? It should have been explained a while ago because it's been how long now?
There's no way to explain it in a positive light. That's why she hadn't brought it out, because the only thing you can say is it's inconclusive, and anybody that looks that up sees that that's technically a fail.
And it's going to make her look bad because as much as I mean, I have to say it, she's done the same thing that Pascal's doing in a lot of ways. So here we are. Okay.
There's no way for Nancy to save face now.
And that's what it's all about.
She pushed it. She pushed the polygraph so hard, and there's no way for her to save face now.
Right. It's all about her in that sense. That's what I'm saying. Where'd that go? What happened? Oh, I just must have flipped around. Okay. Oh, Tomboy jumped down. All right. So, okay, no problem, Tomboy. But yeah, I agree with you guys on that. Like, but again, that proves to me that she's doesn't seem to be. Where'd you go, Kimber? That she doesn't seem to be interested in Sebastian. She's interested in what's going to get ratings for that show. Otherwise, you just explain it and be done with it. But you're not. So I have to agree. Do you need another link, Kimber? Or hold on a minute. There's the link again if you did that on accident. But yeah, I agree with that. No, I didn't get to watch the Hyatt interview either, guys. I told you I was completely out of the loop. So
Like he literally talks at the very end.
About that you said at the very end of it.
It's pretty much a Peter Hyatt monologue, and then Seth, he kind of like volleys to Seth for him to speak, and Seth says, "Oh, I really just came in here to watch you." Da 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 da. Like it was very weird. Like
That's different. Is it down at the end here? You said.
yeah, I mean it is like right at the very end. I think he does talk some in the middle because the stuff he was saying about Katie, I didn't get to play yesterday because I just couldn't find it, and I wasn't about to listen to 3 hours or 2 hours of him. But
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
He is the slow. Peter Hyatt talks so slow.
I do agree. Let's see here.
Has to give up the same key from the very beginning that remains all this time, 2 months later. Just tell the truth of what happened. But self-preservation is blocking that. And this is why my belief on stepfather's involvement is so...
Well, there's that right there. How do you know that somebody's not telling the truth? I've heard a lot of people say this, okay? Like, we don't know that.
No.
We don't know, guys, because I honestly have to say this, okay? And I'm not taking sides by any means, but I have to take the side of common sense, okay? If the police are trained to do this, and we have how many agencies working this case right now, guys? Quite a few. I would imagine if they really thought that there was not something being told by the Proudfoot or Proud Feet, quote
there you
unquote, that law enforcement would have been on that already. And I don't believe that they would allow it to go this long, even if they were just watching them. That's insane to me. They wouldn't allow this to be drawn out. This is a child that's missing, not a 50-year-old man, okay, to where they could probably let it go a little bit longer. It just doesn't make sense to me at all. So that comment in itself is wrong, in my opinion. Are you there, Kimber?
Yeah, I just keep hitting buttons. Sorry.
Let me give you an option. Let you know when you get on a StreamYard panel, you can't do anything else on the device you're on. It'll boot you off automatically.
What?
Well, I just hit the wrong button. That was my fault.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know. Usually, that's what I had to learn that the hard way. So
yeah, I've learned that the hard way. I'm not gonna hit any more buttons.
Right, and I mean, Pamela, that is a good point. But I mean, this child's been missing for 2 months now. And I know Pamela's retired police officer as well, so I understand why she's saying what she's saying. But 2 months, almost 8 weeks here, are they going to let that drag out to try to catch somebody in something for that long, knowing that this child could be in danger or worse? You know what I mean? That's what I fight with myself about in my mind, thinking about this type of a situation. If they did know something, that's all. But it is a point. It is a good point, Pamela. I agree with that. I do. That maybe they do. Maybe they do. I think we've even talked about that before too, Clue. Maybe they know something that they're just not saying because of whatever situation. But
we said they might be letting them get relaxed, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And but 2 months in, do you still think that's possible?
I mean, so it's like people get all, oh, they haven't even done forensics on the house, and you have to have probable cause to do that. You can't
Right.
roll up in someone's house and start luminol in the place.
That's the point, guys. And they haven't done it to either side. So it literally makes me feel that they do truly believe there's no involvement from the Proud Feet or from the Rogers side. That's my opinion. But that is a good point, Pamela. I do believe me, I haven't forgotten that either. All right, so let's see here.
Important. They discussed it. That was a conversation that she had a need, and he did too, to say took place. Now, of course, he's obviously clever. He knows that they're going to be able to look at their phones and say, oh, it was a 3-hour conversation the night that 15-year-old with special needs went missing. But I also have the gap of missing information of that evening, somewhere after dinner, and between 6 a.m. there's missing information means deliberately withheld information. And so that key has always been from the moment it happened, you know what? Put aside everything. And I think it's too late at this point, but put aside everything. Your child is missing. Tell police everything. Okay? There was probably a blow up of some form, or you foolishly locked him out. Face consequences with that, but tell the truth. Because even if he is deceased, he deserves a proper and respectful burial. And even if it was unintended and just foolish anger, because you've seen the anger of the stepfather. I can imagine what he said on the phone to them in 3 hours, to her in 3 hours. Sebastian deserves better. So, Seth, thank you for joining. That is, I believe, the key, at least to somewhere that investigators need to go back with her, re-interview, passing a polygraph of saying I didn't cause his death and I don't know where he is. This is different. The information has to be learned.
Hold on, guys. Let me slow this down just a tinge. That's a little too fast, I think.
This, by the way, is disgusting.
It
because
really is.
Number
Like,
one,
I'm sorry.
Seth is not even correcting him. Like, sorry, I'm not here for that. He could do that. He could be like, listen, we're not talking about that. But no, he
I
sits
haven't
by.
seen this. Okay. Well, good to know ahead of time.
And he's like that the whole video, like just, oh, they did something. I know they did something. They need to come out and speak. You
He
see
just
the
lets him
anger. You saw
lets
the
him say,
anger in the stepfather, and it's like I've never seen that man be angry one time.
I didn't see anger at all in any of the interviews. I saw that he spoke a lot and that he talked about being strict. That's not anger, folks. There's two different things. So
Even let me tell you something. I listened to the entire. Hey, my people out there in the audience right now, we listened to the entire 3-hour conversation with Scary Lynn, and she is like bashing him and telling him she would slap him across his face. I think
Yes,
there
she
was
did.
one instance where he got a
what?
little heated, and
Yep.
that was it.
She was no, she is not. Terry Lynn was trying to make him mad, so that it was like she was trying to make him mad. And that when we watched that interview, it was like she was trying to make him mad so she could put that narrative out there that he was a vicious asshole.
Oh wow.
But he held his calm because I'd have flew all over her.
I won't watch her. That's why I have no idea. So thank you for that insight, because that's
I don't watch her
interesting.
either. One of my viewers sent me a screen record of it.
Wow. See what I'm talking about? Why? What is that doing?
She badgered that man for 3 hours, badgered him, told him to shut up, called him an asshole. Yeah.
Why did he put up with? Why didn't he just drop off? Because I'd have told her where to go and how to get there, and given her the gas money for it too.
Well, I'm gonna tell you my favorite part of that conversation, when she said something smart to him. She was like, "I'm not the one who has a nation of people upset with me," and he said, "I don't give a damn about the nation." He said, "I want to find my son," or Sebastian, or however he put it. I was like, "Mm-hmm."
Yeah, she was like, why won't you say his name? Why won't you say his name? And then she'd stop and then she'd start talking to herself.
Yeah, it was borderline like
That's
psychosis
insanity.
behavior.
That's crazy. Wow.
It was bizarre. It was the most bizarre interview I've ever heard in my life.
And that is why I don't watch her. right there. So
But I do wonder why he stuck around for that. I do wonder that. Like,
well, here I bet
did. I mean, I will say, in my opinion, I think she calmed down for as much as she could calm down, because the whole conversation wasn't just screaming. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but also Golf. Think about it. If he
She
would have
was
dropped
rude.
off, if he'd have dropped off her panel, she would have taken that and ran a marathon. Oh, he's a coward. He can't even sit here. I mean, based on what you guys told me already and what I have heard from her in the past, that's what she would have done with that, and it would have been worse for him. So
I mean, I'm sure she does.
To be fair, it wasn't a panel. It was a phone conversation that he didn't know she was recording.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
And
really?
And she kept asking him, why don't you want Sebastian around your daughter? And he was honest. He told her, there are some things that I'm not going to discuss with you. And then she asked him, Clue, remember when she asked him that one question And she said, on your life, on your mother, on this, on that. And he said, get to the next question, because she was asking him to swear on everybody's life.
Okay, so we're 16 years old again. Like, swear on your mom.
That's what
swear
he
on
said.
your. Oh my
He was
god!
like, "Are we 7?"
Grow up. Oh, for God's sakes! Wow, it's a good thing I didn't listen to that. Jesus.
Well, she claims to be out here for the goodness of everything, but made that video members only.
Of course. Wow. Yeah, right, exactly. Annie, let's pinky swear, guys. Come on, pinky swear on it. Grow up, lady. Jesus Christ.
She kept saying, but she kept telling me, yeah, you swear on your mom's life, you swear on your daughter's life, you swear on Faith's life, on this. And I'm like, what? And he just kept going. Let's get to the questions. Let's get to the questions.
I hope he laughed at her. I do. I literally do. That's so insane.
And he kept telling her, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. You know, he kept yawning and she just wouldn't stop.
She's insane. Sorry.
I did not know that was a private conversation, because I caught your live clue, but I think I missed that part. That he did not know that was recorded.
He had no idea.
She said that on one of her streams one night, talking about it when she made it members only.
Yeah.
What's the law on that in Tennessee overall?
I was going to ask you to do that.
As long as one person is aware of the recording and consents to it, that's all that matters. It doesn't have to be.
So even like in the state that she's in, it can't go back the other way, Cletus.
Hey, Jago, remember when I told you that all the women here are crazy? She lives down the road.
Oh, she's in Tennessee. Okay, I didn't realize that. That makes sense. Okay, gotcha. Wow, good for him.
I'm originally from Tennessee, and she scares me.
Yeah, I watched. It's a one-party state. Got you. Okay. What's up, Clarence the Conqueror? Hola, and yes, sir. It's been a long time, and thank you for joining us. I appreciate you, sir. All right, let's move forward. This is just crazier and crazier. Good God, I'm gone for a couple of days, and I miss everything, I guess.
These are common interviews that are done. Even as stepfather's ex-wife spoke in a child protective interview, everything is on the table. Seth, your life is put under a microscope. Everyone's life, where can he be safe? You know, if he's found alive, where can he be safe? So all is fair. All is out there. I don't believe it's anything to do with slinging mud, but to give a portrait of what Sebastian was living under. I mean, is there anyone present that would like to live under stepfather's rule from what we've heard?
No.
From what we've heard out of his own mouth? Is there anyone that would say, hey, sounds like a good parent to me? Would anyone let him babysit your cat? Some comments from you, Seth.
I was pretty much here just to listen to you. You have a lot more experience and stuff, and I appreciate you having me on the panel, and I appreciate your insight. And
Does any of it sound crazy to you?
No. I was married to her for a long time, and you're right on a lot of key factors. You're right on. You know, I believe that she did.
Now, here we go. But once again, that has no bearing on where the child is right now. So that should have never been brought up. And here I can feel it already. Without even knowing what's said. It's about to roll right into it. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
And he should have just left it as, I'm just here I'm on your panel to listen.
I agree.
And I appreciate your insight. He should have just left it at that, but no.
No, he played right. Hook, line, and sinker. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Did not open up at the beginning. Reading her body language while I was there. She's not telling everything. I just don't know how long she's going to continue before she decides that she's going to unburden herself.
Now, this is wrong. And I didn't know that this came after he said that they were working together. So my apologies. So how does he know that, though? Okay, this is what my problem has been with this the whole time. Because in turn, what if Chris or Katie came out and said, Seth is not telling everything. Seth knows more than he. I understand that Katie was the last one with him. I get it, folks. Okay, don't get me wrong. I've looked at it. I've listened to it. I've thought about it. But again, what if Katie said that about him? That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't know. Nobody knows except for Sebastian, Katie. That's it. Because nobody else was there. We've been told that. End of story. And I don't see how she couldn't not have told everything that she knows at this point. I just don't. I'm sorry. Now, if it comes out down the road that I told you guys this before, if down the road they prove something, Los Angeles, where the hell did that come from? Ellie says something and it says, okay, she did this, this, and this. I'll be damned if I'm not going to sit right here and say something about it. I promise you I will. That's then, not now, because there's no proof of that right now. And I'm going based on what the law enforcement officer says when he says that there is zero proof to say that there has been anything nefarious done from either side of this fence. I have to go with that. That's all I'm saying.
I hope that I hope she breaks. I hope she breaks because maybe it will give investigators insight into changing course in terms of what they were looking for. Because there are certain things that aren't making sense. But I heard from you about his experience with bare feet, and we, obviously the sneakers or shoes has played quite a role in all this.
Okay, let's talk about that for a quick second, folks. The bare feet, I get it. Seth said he would never go without shoes because of the red ant thing, right? We all know about that.
But Seth has also retracted that to some degree, talking about how he would walk out on the concrete to take the trash out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That was my next statement. And when did that situation happen with Seth? Does anybody remember that?
The feet thing?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
When the anthill thing happened where he stepped on it and all that. How long ago was that?
What do you say, 9 or something?
I thought he said 2 or 3.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was younger than that.
Oh, he was a wee little, tiny little kid, right? And he's 15 now. You don't think that that's possible that he could have let go of that at some point in his life, guys? Because I do. I'm sorry. 3 years old to 15 is a long time in between. And if something happened where the kid was triggered again, per se, and he took off real quick for something, that's probably not going to be a thought in his mind. No. And then maybe after the fact, it was, oh shit, I should have thrown some shoes on, maybe. But regardless, it's been a lot of years from the time that happened till now. So things change. He grew up. He's matured more. He thinks differently than he did then. That's my opinion, at least.
And you never say never with any kid, because when you say never with a kid, they'll come nevering like they've nevered before.
I've been saying that since day one. Every time that everything they have said could not be, I've argued and said, why not? Just like when they said, well, you can't get on the internet for this and that and everything else. Again, I'll go get my child and he can show you how you broke into his Chromebook. It happens, folks. It does happen. So we don't know that.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that at the Vigil?
What?
So they presented this award, right?
Yeah.
To Seth for Sebastian or whatever.
Okay.
And saying that he had completed all of, like, even though he wasn't in FFA, which is, for those of you who don't know, Future Farmers of America.
Yeah.
He completed some online classes and had already finished them and earned a certificate. And it's like that.
So he can get online.
Correct. And that's what I've been saying since day one. Just because you think your child is not going online at school don't mean nothing. These teachers, even if you tell them to not allow your child online,
they don't.
Do you really trust them?
And they can't watch everything that's done. And I told you, I spoke to 3 people when they gave this child a Chromebook 5 years ago, and they said, are you sure he can't get online with this? You swear he can't get online with this? Yes, sir, Mr. Mayors. I promise you, Mr. Mayors, it's locked out. They can't do this, Mr. Mayors. This can't happen, Mr. Hey, Dad, come here for a minute. Isn't this the figure that we were talking about getting? Wait a minute. How did you do that? Oh, I just did this, and this, and really now. So then I had to start watching that, and then I called the school and said, just to let you guys know, you might want to let your tech or your AV guys know that you can get into the Chromebooks. Oh, it's how what? Yeah. So just so you know. So yes, guys, I said from the beginning. Same with the Xbox, the PlayStation, the Switch, um, anything like that. There's a way to do it, and like I said, when these kids want something bad enough, they will find a way to get what they want. Period. I will never believe, and we also know that it's Seth's house, that there were options for him to do it there too. There's a couple nights that he was left alone. There's computer, because Seth said he played computer games. There's a game system there. He could, and not to mention, all you got to do, because he does have a phone, is be at school with a peer and say, "Hey, how do you do this and that?" Like this, dude, like that. Check it out. There you go.
Let me point out one thing too. He did have access to the internet at Seth's house.
Yes.
Seth said that. So where did he have access to internet? His dad's house.
Uh-huh.
That's where he completed the online courses for FFA.
Thank you.
So
And
these are just points, guys. These are good points. I'm telling you. So again, go ahead, Kimber.
and that wouldn't have necessarily. Some of those things would not have necessarily been under Seth's supervision if he was left alone while Seth was at work, because of the fact that those would have already been hooked up to the those devices would have already been hooked up to the internet. The gaming system would have already been hooked up to the internet.
Yeah.
You know what? Those systems would have already been hooked up to the internet. So all he would have had to do was turn it on.
Well, and I think Seth was asked what account he was using if he could get online at his house, and he said, "Oh, he could use mine," because
right. And I'm going to tell you right now,
he has an account as well.
If we know that Seth and or the other two believe that he can't do it, they're not going to check to make sure that he's not doing it. You see what I'm saying? If you think there's no way it's going to happen,
yeah,
you're not going to go back and check it and say that he's not doing it. And of course, he's not going to tell you he did it, because he knows that it's not going to happen after that. So just saying, there's always a first time for everything, just like I've stated time and time again. Same with the shoes. So I can't stick with that anymore. I'm sorry.
And then I heard stepfather talk a lot, and that's the language of an abuser. And that's when I thought they maybe been trying to teach him some lesson how to be.
So because he talks a lot, he's an abuser now.
I'm telling y'all, the internet would hate Beyonce. Like,
this guy's proof that snowflakes aren't new.
That's insane. That's crazy.
That's just how I see that.
Well, just pay attention to the shows he go on and the questions they ask him. Everybody ask him the same question. They're steering the conversation in the direction that he's going to answer, and he will answer those questions, every single one of them. He might be short, but he's going to answer them. Just pay attention to that.
This whole panel, this whole thing was nothing about Seth. It was nothing about Sebastian. It was 100% Peter Hyatt trying to crawdad and save face, because he talked so much flack about Katie and Chris. And when Seth did what he did Saturday night, that created a storm for everybody that has been on board Team Seth.
And that's why these creators are trying to get him in these interviews to agree with these things they've said. Right. No, it makes sense. It does. It's sad.
Yeah, they're all backstepping now.
Well, but like Pascal said, but don't forget, like you were leading this and they weren't doing nothing. Remember? You remember, right? Remember?
Well, so day one, though, everybody forgets that. I think Clue points this out every single show, and she should, is that it was actually the two of them that started this. The search.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. And people tend to forget that.
No, they were the first two. They did come out first. They were on Duchess's show, and then boom, 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 boom. And then they smartened up and stopped talking, which is something that they should have all done in the beginning, but you know how it works. So I agree. I do agree.
A man and go out there with his bare feet or something happened that night, an altercation of some form of which they have coordinated their accounts together since then. And so my hope is that maybe if there is a break in the relationship, maybe the maternal instincts will take over and she'll say, here's what happened. I don't want to hold this burden any longer. And I didn't intend for it to end as it did, but here's what happened. That's what I'm hoping for.
I can only hope. I still pray that myself.
Jeremy, listen, I'm not biased against anybody. I don't think anybody's biased against Seth. I understand who hired the private investigators. I'm not saying he hasn't done anything. I understand that he's been boots on the ground. He's been doing this, doing that. Nobody here is biased against him per se. There may be people that have specific opinions about certain things he's done, but nobody's saying he's done anything wrong, okay? At least not from what I've seen or what I'm hearing. And there's no bias as far as that goes. All I'm saying is that, and it's not per se his fault if that was, what we just talked about, that Sebastian may have gotten online at his house. That doesn't mean it's his fault. It just means it happened and it could happen. That's all it is. Okay. And I do agree. I think they all want to find Sebastian. I hope, because I know we all do, but there's no bias, in my opinion, at least, that against anybody as far as those conversations we just had.
No, this is absolutely no bias. I'm sorry. That's a skewed way of looking at this.
Right.
I would love to ask those questions of Seth. I would love to ask those questions of Chris. Like, let's go back to like finding, Sebastian. But if you see yourself, he doesn't go on those shows where people actually wants to find, this poor child out there somewhere, and he just doesn't do it. Then how can you think differently? This is not, against, and I keep saying that nobody here says he's guilty of anything. What we're saying is, like, Seth, go on shows, where you're not the star of the show, perhaps, because we're not looking for that drama. We're not looking for the, he said, she said bullshit. We're looking for like information that can lead us to finding this boy. And that's it.
Gotcha. Thanks, Clue. That makes sense.
Well, you kind of have to ask yourself too, if you want to play fair, right? Play fair. What if we can point out the idiosyncrasies, etc., in the Proud Feets, why are we not allowed to do the same on the opposite side?
That's always been the question. That's agreed. I do agree. If the Proud Feets made this mistake and Seth made this mistake, why are you only calling out on one side instead of both? I do agree with that. That's why I have never taken sides on it, because I see wrongdoings on both sides of the fence, in my opinion. That's just me. So that's a good point. I do agree. Proud Foots, Proud Feets, whatever. It is what it is.
And I completely agree with that statement, because if the proud feet have been tried and convicted in the court of public opinion, but if you say anything about, and I don't, like I said, they're all suspect. I'm not trying to, this is my opinion. I'm not trying to throw bias or anything, but if you say anything about anything that Seth has done, everybody immediately thinks that you are biased, that you feel a certain way, and that's not necessary. That's not how it is. It's just that you have to look at it. You've got 3 people here that have not been cleared. So they're all suspect to me. They're all sus. There's no other way. You have 3 parents. Katie may have been the last one to see him, but they're all suspect.
I have to agree. I agree.
And it is crazy. It's almost like sad watching all of this play out, because it's like, if you do even talk about the other side, like, I had someone call into Dolly saying that, like, I'm actually Chris Proudfeet's cousin.
Oh my
Not
God.
kidding.
That is so ridiculous. Come on.
But it's cool. It's cool. We've talked about it, and I do at least get to use the private plane, so I'm
What's
good
up?
with it.
What's up? That's right. Hey, cuz, what's going on, cuz? How you doing? You know.
That's Cluminati proud feet.
Yeah. Exactly. Clue and Cletus proud feet.
Clue and Cletus proud feet.
Jesus. People are insane. That's just ridiculous.
Oh,
you
now
guys.
we know your name.
Yes, now we got it.
Uh-oh.
You're out. You're out. Anyway, good God, people, grow up out there. Please think about what you say before you say it. Just a little bit.
Burdens yourself, the sooner we can either find him, triangulate on a course of action.
I understand that you're trying to work together.
I'm hoping that she'll work together. I'm hoping that both her and Chris will actually start working with me so that I can work with them. I mean, that was pretty much the whole discussion last night before the vigil. And I do hope that they actually work with me.
If my child goes missing, my first call is to police. My second call is to the bio father. A great comment. I mean, it's just so common, such a natural reaction. Seth came to listen. That was what he said, and he is in need of working with others. So otherwise, I'd be asking a lot of questions. Though I don't think you have many answers, Seth.
I don't. I've had a lot of questions since this has started.
Were you there that night?
The answers.
Were you there that night?
I wasn't.
Who was there that night?
Katie and Sebastian.
And that's where the key lies, is in a mother that was there telling the truth. Jason's an analyst. Thinks she should be interviewed more without Chris around. Yeah, certainly.
She has been interviewed without Chris around. I showed it one up on one here. I know it wasn't a long one, but still. And I'm guaranteeing you that law enforcement interviewed them both together and separately, because that's how they do things. And guys, listen, I know that Peter Hyatt is good at what he does, but he's playing into this right now, okay? He's got very high credentials. He's got the background and all that. Smart people make mistakes too, folks. They really do. Just understand that. Just saying, like, he's playing right into this. And it's based on his own personal opinion, you guys. That's the problem. Some people will look at a situation and make a decision based on what they see, not having full facts on something. I've done it myself. And they go forth with that, and there it is. And that's a mistake. I'm sorry. It's not the way to do it, because we don't know. He knows as much as we know, okay? Which is no more than what Seth knows, in my opinion. So I'm just saying.
I agree. There should be I think if they know anyone that she's close to, that she would confide in. In terms of criminality, there may not be there. It may not be considered criminal behavior, in the sense that there was a fight or something took place. Without Sebastian to testify, there's probably not going to be any consequences. My hope is just come out and talk. Come out and talk to the investigators. And as Jason said, alone, and come clean with it. She needs to come clean with it. 2 months now.
And we don't think she has done that. Does anybody in here think that she hasn't spoken with law enforcement?
I think she's probably spoke with law enforcement several times.
Time and time again. And I'm sure that they've gone back and spoken with her over the phone. I'm sure that FBI has spoken with her. I'm sure Secret Service has spoken with her. I'm sure that the county and local municipalities have spoken with her.
I'm sure they spoke to Chris and Seth as well, but I'm sure that out of the three, Katie is the one that has been spoken with the most, because Katie was the last one to be with Sebastian. So Katie has been spoken with the most. And for a linguist, he says, a lot. Just an observance.
Yeah. And I have to say also, one more thing, and I'm going to jump off after that. The only thing that strikes me as odd in all this is that I think that somehow there's a beef between the two sets of parents, because I think they might be telling Chris and Katie more than what they're telling him, and that is like so disturbing to Seth. I truly believe that they have
It
more information.
it could be possible. I don't know. We don't know, but it could be based on what the way that they are approaching and speaking to them too. Who knows?
I heard Seth on a panel one night say that law enforcement wasn't talking to him, and this is nothing biased.
No,
And
I get it. I remember that too. I heard it.
Seth spoke these words himself because Seth had asked for proof of life, and they showed the video of them, Sebastian and Katie, leaving Texas Roadhouse in Hendersonville.
Mm-hmm.
And Seth told, and that's they had the meeting with the TBI. Well, Seth told them, he went on panel and told people that that's what the meeting was about.
Right.
The video to show proof of life. Of course, Katie was there, and I think Chris may have been on a Zoom, from what I understand, because he said Chris wasn't there physically.
Right.
But I think Chris may have been on a Zoom. But when he said law enforcement wasn't talking to him, well, the reason law enforcement wasn't talking to him anymore is because he was not supposed to discuss the fact that he saw that video, from what I'm gathering.
No, it's because he said also the last thing that Sebastian was wearing. Up until then, like, we only knew what he was wearing when he disappeared. And then when he came on that panel that I was on, I asked him about the clothes, and he said it. He actually gave that detail away, and what kind of clothes he was wearing. I asked a lot of questions.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying, is in that show, he actually gave that away. He shouldn't have, because he was told not to, but I don't know that.
And that's the thing, is if law enforcement sees that the information they're giving you, you're turning around and giving it out to the public, they're going to stop. I get that. It makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway,
Right, because
thank you. I'm jumping off. See you later.
Oh, thank you, Golf. Thank you for joining us again. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Golf. Because there are things that they need to keep close to their chest, and that may be one of the things that they need to keep close. What he was wearing the night that what he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse, that may be something that they needed to keep close to their chest.
I agree. And that could have completely screwed up the whole integrity of the case. And therefore they're looking at this going, okay, I understand he's very emotional. He's a loose cannon in some senses. So maybe we should just not give him certain details. You know what I mean? It makes perfect sense. It does.
And I get it. I can't imagine the pain that they're going through. I can't. And I know that Seth is tired. I know that he's worn out. I'm sure Katie is worn out.
Emotionally exhausted.
Emotionally,
100%.
yes. And like I said, I can't imagine what they're going through. So
I agree. Yes, I do. I do.
And just the emotional would completely wear you down. So I don't know, but and sometimes they may say things that they're not supposed to say, but I think that's one reason that Katie and Chris quit talking, because
they were probably told to stop talking, and they did,
Right. And then everybody, they're guilty because they stopped talking. Right. And then I have seen, still some creators still try to, because some I don't subscribe to anymore, but we all lurk every once in a while. So I'll go lurk.
I get it.
It's some of those that have the 3 or 4 hours, and I won't watch a 3 or 4 hour. I'll kind of skip ahead. But if they're doing something, they'll look at the camera and go, "So what about it, Chris?" Like they're trying to entice him to get on, to call in or get on panel. And I'm like, he's not going to come in here. They're done. Katie and Chris are done talking. They're done. They're done talking to y'all. they may communicate with a few YouTube creators, but it's not via this box. It's not via. It's not. I know they do still talk to Duchess because I think they feel Duchess is a safe place for them.
They talk to Duchess. They talk to Illuminati. I know that for a fact, and they're comfortable with that, so that's fine. You know?
But they're not going to talk to somebody that's trying to bait them to come on because
no, because they know what's going to happen. They know exactly. They know that the chat's going to be full of people doing that. Exactly what you said. Here, let's bait this hook. Let's throw that one. Let's toss this one every time.
Because it's a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt. That's all it is. It's a witch hunt.
Right. I agree. I do agree. All right, let's move along with this.
No one, I think, can argue with Annie P. She'll never talk with Chris in her ear. No, I mean, he's obviously concerned about the connection to his other case going on. He's concerned about his reputation, and he's willing to really go after people who don't believe him with anger and rage. So if you've seen that, you can probably consider what it was like for Sebastian with his difficulties, living under someone with that type of anger. Are you working now, Seth?
No, I haven't gone back to work. It's really hard to think about anything but my son.
Yeah. It's understood. Here's a couple more comments, and if you're lying, you're not cooperating. Exactly. There's a time to come clean, and there's a time to talk about what happened. There may be some little detail that they don't. Katie doesn't even recognize if she unburdens herself. It's like, oh, we've got to go this direction or that direction. Because I think that either at this point, 2 months, it's either he fell trouble in a natural sense of water, or ditches, that sort of thing, or he was taken after being put out of that house. Anything that when someone tells the truth, and I don't have the answer, but that is the key. When someone tells the truth, who was present, that one person, when they tell the truth, sometimes they give out a detail that seems so insignificant, and it proves to be the outworking. With the Nathan Carmen case, there was just a minor detail of taking a wrench and just tightening something on the boat or loosening it, so there would be trouble, sabotaging it. But some minor detail like that can lead investigators to go at least a direction, which seems to be very difficult. So that was a good comment. See some of the others.
Yeah, I gotta.
In the interview, I saw the feeling of guilt in the face of the mom. Was that recently?
I have to agree. This is a bit awkward. I mean, it's obvious that since he is just sitting there, and I almost feel like Hyatt is uncomfortable to an extent. You know what I mean? I just have to say that's my observation personally. So,
the recent interview.
I don't like the way Hyatt keeps going. Katie needs to unburden herself. How does he know she's done it? Hyatt doesn't know she's done anything. He doesn't know anybody's done anything. Katie needs to unburden herself. You've watched Katie in some interviews. You don't know this woman personally. You don't know any of these people personally.
That's all based on his personal opinion that he's saying that. That's unfair in my opinion.
And people watch people like him because he is a linguist who teaches FBI, and
he's got the experience, right? And it's
and people look at him and they take things that he says to heart because he does have experience. But just because he has the experience doesn't mean, bless you, doesn't mean he's not been wrong.
Right. like I said, he's human still, folks. And to say listen, the statement is a fair statement if you have facts to back it up. If it's based on an opinion you have, then it's really not solidly fair, in my opinion. Because there is, in his mind, his opinion is a fact to him. We know that. That's how people work. If you think something strongly, then it's a fact in your mind. Doesn't mean that it's a fact in a true fact, period. Okay. That's all I'm saying. But um, it's
So
because of who he is, people do listen. People do, you know, regard him in a very high respect, as do I, because of his experience, his credentials, all that kind of stuff. But to say something like that, I think is in my opinion, is not fair. That's all.
right. So what he should say is, in my opinion, I think Katie should unburden herself, but he shouldn't just
Bingo.
go, Katie should unburden herself. He should,
Bingo.
it should be, in my opinion, or
Yes, ma'am.
from what I have seen in interviews, or in my opinion, or that not, he shouldn't even say from what I've seen in interviews, because that's not fair either. But he should say, in my opinion. He shouldn't be just going, well, she needs to unburden herself. He needs to go a step further. Everything needs to be allegedly, or in my opinion. It doesn't need to be.
If he would just throw in my opinion with it, then it would be a little bit it would be taken a little bit better, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. So it really, because the way he's stating it, because of who he is, I do believe that it's being taken as fact from some people. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's all I mean by that, you guys. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying that he's wrong at this point, because we don't know. It could come out in the end somewhere that Katie was a horrible person, did something horrific, and lied about a bunch of different things, so on and so forth. We don't know. That could happen. But right now, no, that's not the case. So we have to go based on what, and I will stick with forever, what the law enforcement agencies that are involved tell me, and I'll keep my opinions at a dull roar. I'm not going to speak on it because it's not fair to the case. It's not fair to Sebastian. Period. That's how I look at it. So, because it puts Sebastian in the back seat when he should be driving the situation 100% himself. So,
Yeah, he's definitely been put in the back seat, because
mhm.
if you look on Facebook after, or anywhere after Seth's statement yesterday, everybody's like, "Oh, he's just teaming up." Or after a statement on Saturday, I'm sorry, I forgot what day it was. Everybody's
Right.
like, "Oh, he's teaming up with them. He's just teaming up with them because to get inside information." And I'm thinking, well, they read the proud feets read the statements on Facebook, so they see this, so they know now, if they see this. So if that's the case, but I don't think that's the case. I think that they need to be a united front as parents. Look at Raleigh Strain. Raleigh Strain was a different situation, but there was still a missing son. Raleigh was a son. His parents, his step parents, they all formed a united front and worked together to find
Right.
Riley.
Right there. That's exactly how it should be. And I'm hoping once he gets this stuff out of his system, for whatever reason, so it needs to be them all together.
Right.
Wholeheartedly. I agree.
It's not about what you've done to me, what I've done to you. It's about finding their son. It's about finding Katie and Seth's son, so that he can be brought home. They can worry about custody battles or this or that, when he's home. When he's home,
right,
they can worry about that. They can worry about fighting everything else out when he's home. But right now, the focus has to remain on him.
Right. No, I didn't say that, Gerald. I told you I'm not taking either side. For all as far as I'm concerned, they're all suspicious, and they're all, because none of them have been cleared. Nobody's been cleared. They're all suspicious as far as I'm concerned. I want to know where the child is. I don't care about their other stuff. I don't. I never have. I don't care about it. I want to know where he's at. If one of these people out of these three knows something and they come out with it, that's what I want to hear about. If they don't know something about where Sebastian is, what happened to him, then I don't care. I don't care about their past. I don't care about what they're doing right now. If it doesn't pertain to him, I don't want to know about it. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying too, Gerald. Everyone is suspect right now. All three of them are suspect right now. And until law enforcement comes out and says something, hey, Tom, until law enforcement comes out and tells me something, or I can't go on what YouTube is saying, or because if I won't go down that rabbit hole again, because I went down that rabbit hole at first and I was on the blame train, and I feel so bad about it because I don't know. I would hate to be in their shoes and be the and have the mob after me. And just like Andy just said, we don't know. Just because they're bad parents doesn't mean they did something to their child.
And that's something that's got to be reminded to ourselves. They could be all three bad parents based on what our own opinions are of a parent. Okay. To them, they may not be, but to us, because everybody parents differently. Yes, very, very possibly they could be, but that doesn't mean they hurt that child just because we disagree with ways that they do certain things. That's a great point, Andy, and I appreciate that. So again, Tom, somebody jumped.
Yeah, Tom jumped up here. We didn't let him speak. Let somebody just say.
Oh, Tomboy, welcome back.
Tomboy.
She had to go eat dinner. So welcome back, hon. Can you hear us?
Yeah, every once in a while they make me go downstairs and pretend to be part of the human crowd.
Oh, I got you. I get it. You gotta play the game. I understand.
Yeah.
No worries. Welcome back, dear. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining us again.
No problem. Just listening.
All right, so we're almost through with this, you guys, but all of that stuff makes perfect sense to me. So
I thought that she, besides, I didn't like the language in the sense that it was very tight. And it appeared to me that, wow, she's learned the lesson of social media. But I also thought I saw a little bit of guilt in that face as well. Like, maybe not guilt, but regret. Time to tell the truth.
God, slap this dude.
Seth, if you've come just to listen, and I appreciate coming on. I'm not throwing the questions out coming into the chat. Just some of the things. The most recent interview, KP looks like she's reading off a script. I agree. That was my opinion. Which means, if I'm her and I'm getting the scripted message, one of the things about that was it was clear to me that she had the questions.
See, that pisses me off because I watched the interview where everybody called it out when she did it. I showed it. She keeps looking over to her left. She keeps looking at. Listen, guys, I want everybody in here to tell me that if you had your child go missing, that you're going to remember everything that you're trying to say. You're not going to write it down, okay? And you're not going to look over to certain, because some of those questions, she probably wanted to make sure she was answering them correctly, so she wrote certain things down. That doesn't mean she's reading from a specific script, you guys. I mean, that's just, it plays right back into it, and that bothers me a little bit. I got to be honest with you.
Beforehand, and her answers were, came very easily that way. But it also showed me she's intelligent. She learned from social media. Remember that time that one of the interviews where he allowed her to actually speak and answer a couple of questions? I think the drama that goes on behind the scenes, that people are upset, and rightfully so.
Well, he's not even answering this dude.
And everybody wants him to be alive.
No, he stated that he came up here just to listen to him. He's answered a couple questions. I don't know what's coming next, but so far it's only been a few. And it's that's the point, I guess. I don't know.
It appears to be it's pissing that dude off too.
I think it is. I'll be honest with you. I think he wants him to interact more and to go right along, the ride, talking down about Chris and Katie. So, I mean, that's what I'm thinking, but I could be wrong. You never know.
We're not living the nightmare. Any other questions?
Yeah, can you go away?
I do agree with that, Tim. That's why I typically don't at all.
So that would be something that hopefully the initial investigation knows about, or the clothes that Sebastian wore to the restaurant that's still in the house. Hopefully they've collected enough evidence. I think that needs comment. It's just our hope that the investigation was going well. And probably some other questions that are, these are good questions. Was he wearing shoes when he took out the trash? These are good questions. But my hope is that we don't need to toss them around, because investigators would have asked these things. And if it was missed early on, they can go back. I don't know I haven't worked with that department. I don't know that I've had much contact over the years, anything with Tennessee, but some places that lack experience, something like a smaller town, a small location, it's kind of a nice thing that they don't have that going on. But you do have to call in help from others. Here's one question I would like to answer. It scrolls by pretty quickly. I'm doing my best to try to get that. But someone asked about the statement of, when they're finally reaching out to him, you're not in trouble. That was a great question. I'm sorry I can't post it there. That shows someone's listening, and there was trouble. Otherwise, it wouldn't be said. So very good observation. Again, I think I've said this before, and I'll do it again here. If you get a chance, there's a video on YouTube of one of the most brilliant minds I've ever had the pleasure of dealing with, Frank Marsh. He was an instructor at the FBI National Academy and military background. And he has a video, it's old. It's called The Power of Questions. And it's something that, it's not just for investigators, it really is for life itself. And I can't recommend it more highly. It's impacted me greatly. He had invited me to the FBI National Academy a number of years ago, where I was able to bring my daughter. My wife had my daughter, Christina, and especially during lunch when she had a full chance to talk with him, she was so impressed. It was life-changing how powerful questions are. And that's what we want to ask. Yeah, thanks, Lana. He's a brilliant mind, and it is the most powerful element within analysis, criminal analysis, statement. Everything is to ask questions. And that's some of the basic questions is, why do you need to tell me you're a good mom if nothing bad happened?
I know you're not a behavioral analysis, but do you think she'll die on that pedestal?
I don't know her enough, Seth, to give an answer. I agree with some of the people commenting that I do think that relationship is going to break. That's his pattern anyway. You might have a better insight into that if he's not around. That would be my hope. If any parent can lose their temper, any parent can. I've been shaken baby cases where they've been prosecuted. And generally speaking, no one that I ever interviewed woke up and say, oh, today I'm going to shake my baby. They lose it in a moment, and the life is forever altered, and the child is damaged or deceased. And it's a horrible, horrible thing. I'm hoping that they will split and that she will want to clear her conscience. And even if it's that foolish, well, we decided to, not let this behavior go on any longer, so I put him outside, and he has to get over, I wanted him to get over his fear without the shoes on, or something like that. Something went wrong, and someone just commented, something snapped. Something snapped. And when you hear this guy's anger and the language of abuse and the language of domestic violence, like what did your son live under? It's hard enough being a 15-year-old without any issues like autism. What did he live under? Here's something of interest, probably down the road, but yeah, civil litigations bring depositions and questions are asked. Questions are asked. And even when someone ducks a question, that gives us information. So a good comment, that girl. Are you being bothered at all by people claiming to have all sorts of psychic powers and magical insight? And
I don't. I mean, people try that stuff. I got so tired of people stating that my son was dead. I mean, that they don't have any clue what that stuff does to a person's faith and hope that their child is alive. I refuse to listen to that stuff anymore. As soon as somebody says, "Hey, there's this psychic," I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear it. I have to have faith that my son is alive, and I have to have faith that she'll tell me.
I do terribly regret giving bold opinions on this. I don't wish to add to your pain any longer. With the world of psychics and whatever wording anyone wants to use, it's fine. There's been some real damage done at times with parents who are vulnerable. I can't imagine being any more vulnerable than not being able to find my son and being able to hear someone. It was just too much. Too much. That's why we call it predatory.
The best thing that I can say is I don't have social media. All I have is YouTube. And when I literally logged into YouTube to listen to some cryptid stories so I could lay down and try to sleep for about another hour or two, I saw yours was getting ready to come on. And I listened to all yours. I enjoy that. I enjoy listening to you. Whether you bring good information or bad information. Emotionally, I still like to listen to you. You're an expert. I consider you an expert. You are an expert.
I hope that we get good news. I think each day means it's more difficult to have hope. I pray for all of you, including not just Sebastian and you, but with poor mother and stepfather. I just like the truth to come out, and if there's anything within that truth that can bring us along, that's where it's going to lie. That person of whom Sebastian was with, and there was no one else in the house, that person knows more than they've let on. And Katie, if you're listening, God forgive you, but come forward and talk. Talk for Sebastian's sake, and really for your own as well. Well, thank you for coming on, Seth.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Continue to press on the best you can. And I know it's got to be tough, especially not getting a paycheck from work. And I think at this point, that probably is not big on your list of priorities. But people that sometimes are able to work, at least they can be distracted, at least get a respite for a few minutes on that type of pain that you experience. It's rough. Thank you for coming on, and we continue to hope against hope.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, there's that.
God, is it done?
It is done. Tis done. Tis done. Tis done. Like I said, I didn't see either one of these. You guys, this is the first time watching them was with you, so it's interesting. It's interesting to see how these things go. Nobody, I'm not Tim. I'm not taking any sides. I'm in the middle. I feel that nobody's been cleared, and I don't trust anybody on anything right now. All I care about is finding this child. End of story. So that's just how I feel about it. So, did you guys have Tomboy or Kimber? Did you have anything to add to that, or does anybody want to give a call in? 234-703-4047. I'd love to hear from you guys. Please do.
I just think that in my opinion, Peter Hyatt should have kept some of his opinions to himself on that interview. He should have kept a lot of opinions to himself on that interview.
You know what they say about opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Sebastian disappears on the 26th. Almost 2 months ago, not one sighting of him. No more on video. Is like that's the biggest problem I have with this whole thing, Gerald, is that there has been nothing. There's been nothing. Okay. And I've never seen, I mean, I have seen it happen, but it's very rare that things like this happen. Nobody's seen him walking anywhere. Nobody's seen him anything, guys. It's very hard to take in and just say, okay, that's what happened, and I'm okay with that. You see what I'm saying? That's it's very hard to just accept it, guys, because it doesn't. How can I say this? Kids do disappear. I've seen that happen. Okay, but with usually there's something that gives a inkling of information towards something.
Well, I don't know if I can agree with that because when I was 12. My sister had filed for divorce from my ex-brother-in-law, and they went through the whole court spiel, and he got visitation and all that stuff. Well, he had taken them for their weekend for visitation, but unbeknownst to my sister, he had went across the river to Washington State and filed abandonment charges on my sister.
Okay, gotcha.
So they immediately gave custody to my brother-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see him for almost 2 years. Nobody knew where they were. They were being passed back and forth between family members in southern Idaho. My mom spent probably every last piece of amount of savings she had to look for them. And one day she said, she looked at me and my sister and said, you know, I'm going to take these guys and go south for a couple days. We'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
So when she came back, she had my nephews.
Okay.
One of the guys that she was dating at the time was a Nez Perce County sheriff's officer.
Okay.
And
gotcha.
that's kind of how they found him. But the look on my nephew's face, when they got home and everything, and they got to our house, I mean, it was heartbreaking. He looked right at my mom and said, my dad lied. My dad lied.
Mm-hmm.
My dad lied. And my mom was like, what are you talking about? And he looked right at her straight faced and said, you're not dead. What?
Wow.
So they can just go with, I mean, no footsteps, you know?
Oh yeah, things happen. It does happen, guys. It does happen. The thing is that I struggle with this is that if that was the case, okay, I think there would be some markers, okay, from something, from someone, from something, somewhere, showing what happened and why he disappeared in that sense. Okay, that's my thought, personally.
I still get the behavior facility.
What do you mean?
My brain just keeps going there. Like a behavior facility, like, like inpatient for troubled whatever.
Okay, I know what you mean. Like that it was brought up, I think, in one of Clue's shows about that blue something place. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
again, guys, it could be another option. It could be another option. We don't know,
because you're never going to find out because of HIPAA.
Mm-hmm. And that's fact. That is fact. The only people that have the option, in fact, I think it's even law enforcement doesn't even have.
They can't find it either.
Can't. No. So that's true. That is very true. And if that comes out to be the case, I'll be honest with you. I'll be happy. I'll be gratefully happy because then we know that he's been safe the whole time. The problem with this is, though, if that ends up being what it is,
there are a bunch of people that are going to be pissed.
A lot of trouble. Some people are going to be in a whole lot of trouble because there's a lot of resources a lot of time, money invested in this scenario. And yeah, pissed is an understatement. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah,
Welcome,
because
honey.
they can be charged with all the money
Mhm.
that was spent on trying to look for him and everything.
And that's, some parents will say it was worth it. It's worth it to me to do this because I love my child and I wanted this to happen, so on and so forth. And the other parent wouldn't agree to it, or whatever the scenario was. I don't know. If that comes out to be what it is, I get that. But yeah, you can definitely be charged for some stuff like that. That's fact. And I won't be surprised. I'll say that. Um, I'll be a little aggravated because you could have just said that and then got a court order mandating that nobody else could touch that scenario. Who knows? But
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know. That's all I can say about that. I think probably, yeah. That probably could happen, Linda. Depending on how it went down, yes. I believe it could. We don't know. But based on this scenario, I think there would have been, I gotta say this much though. If that were to happen, I think that law enforcement could have looked into certain things enough to say that they think that's it, and then tried to go forth with something to prove that that was the case. Not saying that they would, but I just feel like they have enough resources to where they could probably figure something like that out. But then again, I don't know. You know what I mean? I've never been through that situation, so I can't really speak on it too much.
Whose question was the Liza? Who's paying for the place? What place?
If that's where he went, who's paying for that? In that
Insurance.
sense.
Most of the time it's covered under insurance.
It would be insurance from one of the parents, obviously. So who knows?
And
who knows?
If he gets Social Security, that pays for it too.
Or it could have been an out of the pocket payment. Who knows?
Yeah, nobody knows.
And seeing that's the other side of it too, Jackie. It doesn't sound terrible because it's what I've thought about too. There's rings of people out there on the lookout to kidnap teens and young adults to steal their organs at $100K a pop. There's multiple things that go on, trafficking rings for different variations of reasons. Truly, so and I hate to really go that direction because I don't want that to be the case, but it very well could be. Honestly, there's no two ways to say that it can't. So, I don't know. I wish I did. I wish I could say, hey, he's in a facility getting treatment for this, that, and everything else, and he's safe. Let's go the other direction, guys, and look at something else. Truly. That's what I'd love to be able to say. And I definitely don't want to have to say the other. So hang on, guys.
Dave,
We got a call.
when I first heard that he had a new PI.
Jenny.
My first thought was, oh God, Jim Terry stepped in.
Oh, I know. You're live with Dago. Who am I speaking with tonight?
Hi, my name is Jenny.
Welcome, Jenny. How are you? Thank you for calling in. What can we do for you?
Well, are you guys talking about the Sebastian Rogers case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we are.
Okay. I've heard, listen to, many psychics and stuff like that. I mean, I don't believe all of them, but there have been some that have been correct.
Okay.
The other day, I've been watching the searches and stuff, and maybe you can enlighten me on what this means. Okay.
Okay.
Some of them were saying, well, Sebastian has Drake in his middle name.
Yes.
There is a Drake's Pond and a Drake's Road.
Okay.
And at this pond, there is and I heard this too, a big, gigantic tree. And it's actually almost like a double tree.
Gotcha.
It has the roots growing together. Now this is on camera with, when the searchers that searched the area.
Okay.
And in the middle of this tree, it almost looks like a ritual where they have a cup with like gold marbles in it, and a cup with gold marbles underneath a plate, and almost like a fire almost set underneath it.
Gotcha.
And other things. And then around the tree, around this big double, rooted tree, there are a bunch of small fires that are lit around it.
Okay.
Like it's supposed to mean something.
Where did you see that at?
This was on, I guess, it was on YouTube with CJ. They did like river searches and stuff like that.
Okay. I haven't seen. I have no idea. I've never heard that either, so I couldn't really speak to that because I just no clue. Is it something that CJ came upon when he was out filming and searching?
Yeah, on this Drake's Pond. Allegedly, it was Sebastian's favorite place to fish.
Okay.
And he was looking at it, and it's like, this is really weird, and
oh yeah, I would imagine. I would think the same thing. It would be strange to walk up on that and go,
Yeah.
"What's this?" No, I agree. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't know
Unfortunately,
people in Tennessee were into rituals.
I mean, anywhere you go, people do different things, and it depends on how you look at it. So who knows? You know what I mean? It could just be something very simple, and somebody just said it. A lot of people do things for the reaction sometimes. Not saying that that's what that was, Hunt, but like it could be, or it could be something real that somebody does for whatever reason that goes into their beliefs or whatever. Or
Well, the other guy that was with him said that it looked like something Indian.
okay, so like a Native American scenario. Okay, I mean it could be.
Well,
It could be.
like something Native American, but he says he's never seen anything like this before, and he lived in Tennessee for quite some time.
Gotcha.
So I was wondering if that was supposed to be like a marker or a shrine, that they went to honor Sebastian, or
Could be.
if he's around this place somewhere.
Could be. Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate you very much, and I'll talk to you soon. It could be. Yeah, I'll have to look into that because I haven't heard anything about that until tonight. So, very interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely on camera.
Gotcha.
As like I said, when he was as soon as he was searching the Drake Creek area there. I think it was either on Saturday or yesterday. I can't remember.
Okay, so it's
But
new.
It was.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes,
missed a
very
lot of
new.
stuff, I guess, over the weekend. So I will definitely go back, check that out, and look into it if I can for sure. I appreciate the info.
Yeah, see what kind of symbols that, like, he liked the song Eye of the Tiger,
Yes.
and with them gold marbles in there, that's what I was kind of wondering,
Yeah.
why they were in there.
It could be maybe somebody did maybe somebody's doing based on a religion that they follow, some kind of a ritual to help to find him or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? But definitely interesting to hear. I've never heard that yet, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just had to get your take on that because it was the first time I've ever seen something like that, and
Absolutely.
just kind of blew me away. And
Yeah,
maybe you had some insight
I've
that other people don't.
I have nothing. I'll have to check it out and see what I can gather from it, and then once I see it, I can take it and look into what I see and see if anything comes from it that makes any sense to me. But I appreciate it. I really do. Because I
Yeah.
hadn't seen that.
Yeah, it was odd, very weird.
I'll bet. I bet.
Especially in a place like that where people are claiming he's at, or some of them are claiming that he's at around that area.
Yeah, I agree. I do
And
agree.
so I don't know. all I know is I hope that he's found, and
Right.
my heart breaks. My heart just breaks.
I agree. I do. Mine as well. It has from the beginning. I just can't imagine what the parents are going through, the feelings every day waking up with that child not there. I couldn't handle it. I personally couldn't handle it not knowing. That's my biggest thing right there that really bothers me because I'm very close to my child and that's what affected me so deeply with this case because Sebastian has a lot of the same markers that my son does and I know I've had, you know, unfortunately, we do as parents sometimes think like, what would I do without this child? How would I feel? And I would never want to go through that. Nobody should ever have to. And once this case hit, it hit home hard. And I was just like, I can't, I try to avoid the thought of it because I do have breakdowns occasionally thinking about it. My emotions get in front of me. So I feel deeply for the parents. That are going through this, what they're going through, because I just couldn't function. I mean, I say that now, but I'm sure we all could. But
Oh, I wouldn't be able to function.
I'm just, yeah, I waking up every day knowing that child's not there. You're not hearing his voice. You're not seeing him would kill me. It would kill me. I
Yeah,
wholeheartedly feel that. So,
yeah, literally and figuratively.
right.
So, okay. Thank you so much for
No, thank you for calling. Anytime I turn the lines on, please feel free to call in. I appreciate your input all the time, and I appreciate you supporting the show. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you so much.
You too.
Bye-bye. Thank you, caller. I had my entire family here almost all weekend, Leslie. I'm sorry. My kids, my grandkids, and all weekend, including today. So my apologies, guys. I'll try not to do it again. I usually don't do Sundays, but I have been more recently. But again, I'll try not to do it, and I appreciate the kind words, Leslie. I missed you guys very much. I really did.
Yeah, we missed you too, Dago.
Well, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Like I said, a couple of times I actually tried to go live, and my kids were here, my grandkids were here, and there was some time when they weren't for a little while. They just kept leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back. So I was like, I went to do it, and my grandson come running up the door. I'm here, Papa. I said, okay, we're not doing that right now then. So, I spend as much time with them as I can when they're here.
Yeah, family first. Always family first. They're only little for a little while.
We're going to let it slide.
That's all right. I appreciate it very much.
We'll let it slide.
Crazy. Yes, exactly, D. And yeah, I appreciate that, guys. I do. I really do. I respect your opinion on that, Leslie. And that's the thing, guys. Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody coming out here bashing any of them, but I do respect your guys' opinions as to what you think could have happened or what you feel happened. Okay. Don't get me wrong on that part of it. I have my own questions, my own feelings, and my own thoughts on this scenario. I'm just not going to go into trying to rail somebody until we have proof on the possibility of that. That's all it is. Okay. You guys are absolutely entitled to feel the way you do, and I wholeheartedly respect it. That's all I'm saying.
I respect everybody's opinion. I just think they're all three suspect. I mean, I respect everybody's opinion on it.
Right.
I just think they're all three suspect. They all three look suspect. One's a suspect of the other, but it's about Team Sebastian.
That's right. That's it. They've all said and done things that we all question. They've all said and done things that we all look at and go, okay. But I don't care. I don't care because it doesn't affect Sebastian and the fact that Sebastian's not home.
Right.
Right. And like I said, once that child comes home and he walks into a door to whoever's household he goes into, and I know he's safe and sound, then we can have that conversation, folks. I promise you. Because
then they can duel it out on the streets. They can.
Then we can judge.
Yeah. Right.
Sure,
Exactly. But
right. That's until then, let's just find him. That's all that I'm saying. Let's just find him. All these other things distract from that, and that's why I don't like it. I've watched channels that will spend 4 hours talking about what went on between Chris and Katie when they were married, or Seth and Katie when they were married. Okay,
Seth and
I
Katie
get it.
aren't married anymore. Who the hell cares?
That's what I'm saying. Like their child's missing right now. Who cares what happened in their marriage? They're not married anymore for a reason. I get it. Let's find him, and then we'll talk
Right.
about that if we have to. You know what I mean?
Right. And we don't know what went on and what goes on in Chris and Katie's marriage, but it doesn't matter
No, it
because
doesn't.
finding Sebastian is what matters. What's between Chris and Katie is between Chris and Katie. I mean,
Mhm.
we don't want Sebastian. We want
Now-
Sebastian safe, of course.
Now, and that's the thing. Like, if we come to find out that there's something that went on in that house, okay, and that was part of the reason why, or the reason that he disappeared, you bet your ass we're going to talk about it because I have a problem with that,
I
or
do
vice
too.
versa, okay? But until we find that out, or we figure that out, or we're told that, and there's proof of it, there's no point in bringing it up because all it does is take time away from and distract people from the prize. Keep your eye on the prize, which is that child. Until that happens, then there's no point in it. We're just wasting our breath.
Right, and they
That's
need
all.
they need reliable, good tips. They need good tips from
Mhm.
they need the reliable tips, and that's nothing against anyone, but they need reliable tips because if they're not reliable, then that sends someone who could be looking at something that is reliable on a goose chase and takes them away from the investigation going to chase something that's not reliable.
Mm-hmm. Agree. I agree. I can agree, Leslie. I know what you're saying, hon. I really do. There's just been so much of it. I had a thought. Somebody sent me an email. It was anonymous. They made a suggestion. They made it. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Leslie, I totally agree. She was the last one to see him, and we do need to know about his attitude for that day,
Agree.
how he was feeling, if something triggered him. I totally agree with that.
Yep,
And
I have said that too.
And
Yes.
that needs to come out. But the problem is that everybody's gotten so buried in and this is just my opinion, but everybody's gotten so buried in what they've done in their past, what Katie and Chris have done in their past, what Seth's done in his past, that the focus is not on how was Sebastian that day, what was his attitude, what triggers him. We need to know, or law enforcement needs to know what we don't need to know, but law enforcement, the people that are looking for him, they do need to know how his attitude was that day. They do need to know what triggers him, what could be a trigger for him that would upset him, that could make him.
I understand. I'm seeing these comments that are being stated here. Walt, let's not go to the Brown Steelers thing, bro, because
Yes,
we'll go round and round. We will go round and round, brother. But I know what you're saying, dude. I get it. Listen,
my grandson's at a Cavs game tonight.
it's awesome. That's awesome. But here's the situation. Okay. Yes, if there was something nefarious that went on, that was talked about, that was seen, then of course, then it needs to be talked about to explain that situation. We've done that, guys. We've looked at it. I have. Clue has. Duchess has. I think Arctic's brought it up and he's talked about it. He's been around it at the same time. Quite a few other people have looked at it. It's not doing any good though. It hasn't done anything. It hasn't changed anything. Sebastian's still not home. So we've been to that already. We've already done that is what I'm saying. So why keep going back to the same thing? It's not going to change. That's all I mean. Now if something comes out that Katie says in an interview that was never talked about at all at this point. Okay. That's something I'm going to go, well, where'd that come from? And why are we just now hearing it? That's when I'm going to question something like that. That's when I'm going to say, hey, we need to talk about this because that was never told before. Now this has changed, this and that. That's a different story. That's a whole different scenario. What I have issues with is sitting here bashing both sides, back and forth, and supporting them bashing each other if that's what they're doing. Because again, it doesn't give us any insight into where that child is, and it doesn't get us any closer to bringing him home, is all I'm saying. I do agree with you guys on those other points, though. And it's got to be done in a way that doesn't distract from the situation, is all I'm saying.
And right, and now we have it has to start going in some kind of forward motion to where that we have to get down to that they have to get down to what triggers him, what were his emotions that day. You know, it has to start getting to those points because everything else has been talked about and it's been talked to death.
That's why I said, yeah, I agree with you. I said a while back, if I did an interview with Katie, I would like to do an interview with Katie alone, okay, without Chris. And all I would want to do is ask her, Katie. That's what I was getting to. Somebody sent me an email and said, what if they were to do a hypnosis session with Katie to see if there's something that she may have forgot about due to the trauma or didn't remember, or something that is a very small detail that could turn into something big. I thought that was an interesting idea. You know, the person was anonymous that sent me. So if you're in here, thank you, because I thought it was really interesting to hear that. Because sometimes when there's trauma in somebody's life, a parent that lost their child, there's little details that you may not think you know, but are there. They're underlying. So if somebody were to put her under hypnosis and do an interview with her under hypnosis, talking about that whole night, maybe there's a detail that she's never spoke about because she didn't realize, okay? And that'll come out, and it could lead to something different completely as to what may have happened to him, if that makes any sense, because she was with him last. Something she heard, something that she doesn't remember or even think she heard. Because there's things that, you know, if you're sitting there on the phone that go on in the background that you don't really hear because you're not thinking about or paying attention to that situation.
It makes complete sense because it's something like a trauma block or something that the brain blocks the trauma. Yes. Like if you've been in a car wreck, some people won't remember it for years, and then one day they will remember. Sometimes they will remember it, but their brain has blocked any traumatic event.
Right,
or it was a bad one.
There's things that if she was not focused on what was going on in that house around her, because she was either on the phone, watching TV, listening to whatever it was, there could be a sound or a movement or something that happened that she's not going to be able to remember unless they center in on that through that hypnosis scenario. And then, whoa, wait a minute. That could lead to something completely different. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it's an idea that I think is actually really interesting. Look at the difference in moms. Look at Riley's mom and Candace and Casey. No, I absolutely know. You're right, Leslie.
You can't do that though because everybody grieves differently, so you can't judge a person by how they act.
I mean, to some extent, I know what you're saying, Leslie, as in how they are, as compared. Each person's different and may do the same things in different ways, though. So I see what you're saying, though. I do, because I've done that in my own mind already. To be honest with you, each person may show them, or how can I say this? Exert themselves in different ways. You see what I'm saying? That's all. Dago, I agree. However, every time she adds to her story because she remembers something else, she's automatically. I know that. But that's why I said, Bobby, if she's put under hypnosis, then it can't be blamed on lying. It's just something she didn't hear or something that the mind may have blocked. And hypnosis would tell something that she has no idea that she's talking about. See what I'm saying? That's why I thought it would be a good idea. I mean, if nothing else, it's worth trying if she's willing to do it. So I don't know. It's one more thing. Like I said, if she sat in that house, and the reason why I said it might work, guys, is because she's in this house every day, 6-7 days a week, however many 10, 12 hours a day. She does her life every single day. People get used to living their life a certain way, and the things that happen around them are just become the norm. Now, if you put somebody under hypnosis, it centers in on specific things. If you ask questions, she may, the mind's eye, or whatever you want to call this, have remembered hearing something that she didn't remember because of the daily life that she lives. It's just the way it is. I've seen this happen before, and it actually is pretty cool. But I don't know that she'd do it. It's never been talked about, brought up, or anything, but she may do it.
My thing is, though, is with when you have kids and then you have ADHD on top of it, you know how easy it is to tune things out.
Oh, who are you talking to? You know who I am. 100%. You know what I mean? I get that. That's what I'm saying. If it's tuned out, that may make you tune into it. Do you see what I'm saying? That could really make a difference. It's just a thought. Look at the interview of Cleo Smith's mom and stepdad. Everyone thought they were guilty and her behavior was odd, but she was innocent. I agree, Paula. I do wholeheartedly agree. I don't think she would do it. I don't think she would either, but you never know. I could be wrong. I don't know. Some people are afraid of hypnosis because they think that that people get in and they mess with their mind and it screws them up down the road. It's whatever you think it is, I guess. So that's why I think she may not be interested. But if somebody tells her, hey, we could do this, this might work, and we could possibly find your son, I'd be all over it, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I would too.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there.
Wait, wait a minute. Yeah, you can. Mom's a mom. None of you in here right now would leave your home to go with the hubby while your child. That's true. That's true. But we don't know what law enforcement told them to do either at that point. And I have a feeling that that's why they did that, to get away from what was going on around the home. I don't know. I was uncomfortable with that too, Leslie. I've said that when it happened, I'll just say. But she would want to do it. But those who believe her now will believe what happens during hypnosis. Those who don't believe her now will think she. Well, I can see where you're saying, Bri. But that's where it would need to be explained to the public. Look, this is not something that was. You can't lie on something like that. You know what I mean? But maybe I will bring that up because I thought about talking about that, because that might be. I read into it after I got the email, and I'm like, it's happened in the past. It might be a good idea. It really might be a good idea, just for the hell of it. What are you going to lose by doing it? Nothing more than what we already have. The child's not here now, so if it possibly would throw out a piece of information that she just doesn't remember hearing, or like a sound. We heard the thud. Maybe there was more to that thud that she just doesn't remember. Okay, because she was focused on something else. At this point, guys, it can't hurt anything. It can only give us a positive, in my opinion. So,
right, I agree.
That's all I'm saying. I think it would be a good idea.
Do you think she might be able to remember anything if, let's say, she had been drinking?
Possibly. That could clear that up if she had a little bit of wine or something and had a slight buzz, or she was tired. Okay. Like I said, in my opinion, I don't think it would hurt anything more than what it already has.
That's true.
So, we haven't gotten any closer to anything. Let's try this if she's willing to, is my opinion.
No, and we're almost 2 months.
Right. And Bri, if the person doing it is a real deal, complete professional, you can't. No, she wouldn't be able to fake it. She would have to agree, and she would have to work with the person doing it, and period. There's no way to get around it if that's what she's really going to do. She has to open her mind. She has to be relaxed. She has to be into it, and she has to tell herself, This could help me find my son. That's it. Period. I just think it would be a good idea to try. That's and guys, if it happens and it works, there it is.
Well, isn't that what they did to Elizabeth Smart's sister?
I can't remember. I think they did. Yeah, I think there was something like that done. That's
how
why
she remembered his exact name.
I think that had something to do with it. Salty, are you still in here, hon? La 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 la. I think it was something like that, to be honest with you.
I think I remember something like that in the Elizabeth Smart case.
Yeah, they did do something, or was it either that or some kind of regression or something? And that's how that happened, I think. Don't quote me, guys. I'll have to look into it, or I know Salty knows all about that case. I know bits and pieces, but welcome, Tori. So yeah, I'll look into it and see if that's what it was, because it would, in my opinion, at least at this point, there's nothing to lose. You know what I mean? So just saying.
Anything is better than the circus that we've had here in Tennessee.
I agree. I do agree.
Anything's better than nothing at this point.
So if anybody can hear me, Katie, Chris, Seth, if you guys are listening by chance, it's an idea. If you're willing to do it, bring it up to somebody and see if law enforcement can bring, because I know law enforcement works with hypnotists as well. There's certain doctors that they work with that can do that. See if they'll do that and see what happens from it. You never know. It's not claiming that you've done anything wrong. It's just that you could have not heard something that may make a difference. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying, guys. I'm willing to think about anything at this point to bring this child home. I really am.
I can't imagine all this time. And
I know. I'm scared to death this is going to go cold. Just as much as Summer's case has gone cold and little Joe's case did. So
yeah, poor little Joe, poor Summer, poor Sebastian. See,
see, I always go back to JC Dugard. She was kidnapped 18 years.
Right.
And they found her out of the blue.
Yeah, it's happened. It has happened, guys. That's why I always stay positive. I do. Ariel Castro's, the girls that he kept.
His house of horrors.
Yeah, they were all believed to be deceased, and every one of them. You know what I mean?
Well, see, they wouldn't have got them unless that kind person had not have heard and went up to the door.
Oh, right. No, I agree. But
And those two kids in Missouri. Sean something, I can never remember his name. He was gone for 4 years.
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about. I can't think of the last name. Oh, good Lord.
And then, but poor Joe Claude Daniels, bless his heart, they've never found his body because the stepdad, the creepy piece of crap, stepdad won't tell. Or I don't know if that's his real dad. I don't even know. It was his real dad. That was his real. I can't even stand to look at that man.
I know.
Or his mother.
Yeah,
I mean, his mother got up and saw it happening and went back to bed. Did nothing. And he thought they wouldn't do anything because they didn't have a body, but they put the pressure on him. But actually, I think it was one of the boys that wound up breaking that case. One of the other boys that lived in the house, because they got the other boys out of the house, and they said they were glad to be out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
It was so sad.
Right.
And then they brought that creep into court. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't. That whole crying thing. Shut up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That thing he did. Just shut up, dude. I don't even want to hear it. That made me sick.
Yeah, and and then they haven't found Summer. Now the TBI did find those 11 kids over in East Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that gives you a little hope with the TBI, but Summer's still missing. Sebastian's still missing.
Right. And Andy's right. The Alicia Navarro case, she left with someone at 14. 4 years later, she popped in just to ask to be left alone and taken off the missing persons list. I don't see that happening with Sebastian, but yeah, it does happen, guys. There's some crazy cases out there. And
that Alicia Navarro had autism too.
Yes, she was autistic. That's fact.
Is that the one that was on the? Is she the one that was on the East Coast?
No, Havre, Montana.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Montana. Let's see. Leslie said there was a teenager they just found after 3 years. They found him in a Park City under a bridge, alive, homeless, and he was autistic too. That's true. I can't remember the name on that one, Leslie, but good point. So, guys, some of these cases do have like happy endings. I mean, to some sense, they're found, they're good. They may not be in the greatest health mentally, but they're still found, and they're still with us. So, agreed. It does happen. Robert Heck. Yeah, that's another one, Linda. Alfredo Ponce. Could it be possible the three of them and Ellie know where he is, hence the silence? Do any of them actually owe us an explanation after the... Well, truly, probably not. No, I agree. Now, I think they owe a debt to law enforcement. I'll say that much if that's a fact, but, who knows?
And I'll tell you who they owe the biggest debt to. They owe the biggest debt to Sebastian, if that were the case.
Yes.
They owe the biggest debt to Sebastian.
Mm-hmm. Especially considering what his name has gone through at this point, and yeah, I agree with that.
But I think that he needs to be found. Everybody needs to let the parents join forces if that's what they want to do.
Yes.
And just leave them alone and stay out of it and let them do their thing and stop trying to bait and speculate and let the three parents do their thing and let them be a united front for Sebastian. Let them be Team Sebastian and everybody get behind the three of them and be Team Sebastian with them. And you can still have your opinions of what you think. To me, they're all three suspect, but you can have your
yes.
But let them do their thing. Let them. You can have your suspicions about Katie and Chris, or Katie or Seth, or Kate, or all three of them. But let them do their thing. And
if they want us to help, they'll come and ask us, and if not, leave it be. Let them go.
And if it comes out later that they're guilty, then we can deal with it then.
Mm-hmm.
And we can talk about it then. But until then, everybody just needs to let them be a united front and not worry about, and I'm not talking about this chat, but some of the others,
Yes, I know what you mean.
Need to quit with all the rumors and the speculation and they're doing it for this reason and they're doing it for this reason and they're trying to get information from Seth and Seth's trying to get information from them and just then they should have joined and I agree with Paula. They should have joined forces a long time ago.
I said that. Yes, I said that in the beginning. Just work together, guys.
And all of this would not have been being said about any of them, and now it's to the point where
none of the speculation would have been the way it was. Nobody would have said this. None of that other stuff would have came out if they'd have just.
No, it wouldn't have. Nothing would have come out.
They could have come out here, done interviews together, said, "Please help us find our son," and moved on, and that was the end of that. Worked together to find this child, and none of this. We wouldn't be having this conversation, sadly. But it's true. It's true. And I know, Leslie, and it bothers me to no end. Poor little Ryan Larson. 3 years now he's been missing. He walked out of school and nobody saw him since. And nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. It's sad.
He was autistic too?
Yes, ma'am. We just had his 3-year anniversary. I put it up on my community channel and talked about it. I should probably do a full scale show on it again. I did one a long time ago on it, but it just, there's a lot of these kids that get forgotten. I hate to say it that way, but it's what happens.
How old was Ryan Larson?
Jesus, he would ask me this right now. He was, I'm going to get this confused. 11. Yes.
So did he kind of disappear into thin air too, or
Completely. He walked out of school and that's it. And that's where it ends.
so
And
he kind of poofed too?
yes. Yes, he did.
Wow. I mean, that it's just heartbreaking. Where do they?
Nobody, that's the whole problem. That's why I do this. When you have a case like this where there's nothing, and I mean nothing, that leads back to something, it doesn't make any sense. And it drives me insane because it's just not right. Okay. And that's why I talk about this. Even if there's nothing to talk about, I'm going to sit here and talk about Sebastian because I don't want it to go cold. I may not have a choice, you guys, but I'm going to continue to say his name so that everybody that is in this on YouTube goes in, they see it because it's in the algorithm. That's why I want these in the algorithm so bad. Because I'm going to continue talking about it until somebody, so that people don't forget. That's all. Welcome, Draw. Thank you for joining us, Doc.
So Ryan Larson's mom was at work, Leslie?
Yeah. That's
Oh,
what
wow.
you were asking that question? Yes.
Yeah, I was just looking at the chat.
Yeah, she was at work. He walked out of the school and just disappeared. That was it. I'll do a show on it, guys, and I'll show you.
Wow.
I'll do a refresh on it. I got a couple that I need to do refreshes on, Summer's case and a couple other ones anyway. I still want to go back and recover the Sean Daughtry case because I can't let go of it. Mama Bear, she's really into that one bad. Molly, there's a few of them that just they shouldn't be cold, in my opinion. So we got quite a few that we need to reintroduce to everyone out here. Yeah, and that's the thing that bothers me with that too, Leslie, is the school watched him leave.
So was he walking home or?
Nobody knows. He just left.
Wow.
That Sean Daughtry case, I still want to know why the military was not involved.
I think that answers its own question in my opinion, Tom.
Well, they were high up in the military. They should have been.
That could have been partially what the problem is.
Even my friend who's a colonel in the Air Force said, wait, why didn't they call them? But he thinks it has to do with the sheriff's office, why they didn't call him.
Yeah, I agree. And we've looked at that both ways. It could be that the military, somebody said that they thought the military was involved and that was where the issue came from. And somebody said that they thought because of who the two of them were, and that maybe the stepfather, because he was up there, because they had the thank you, Molly, because Sean had his stepfather's clothes on. It was a message, and I don't know. I'm not claiming that it's gospel, so please don't take that for what it is. But just saying, there's some of these cases, you guys, they're just stupid. The things listen, I gotta say this because it drives me nuts. This child was found hanging from a swing set by a string that you would like use to tie a bag like
it was a motorcycle helmet string from the helmet bag.
From the helmet bag, right? So it's not a very big string. It was wrapped around and it was stopped here. Okay, so it wasn't here. where it would occlude the breathing or anything like that. It was here. And his feet were on the ground. All of that aside, this child had his hands at his sides and he had a belt wrapped around that and looped and tied so tight that when EMS got there, they had trouble unlocking or whatever you call that, the belt loop. And it was so tight that the circulation, his hands were blue from
Yeah,
that.
they had trouble cutting off the belt.
Yeah, right. It was that tight. They couldn't get anything into it to get it off. Okay. He did that and then walked him, and he was barefoot. There was not one speck of dirt on his feet. And he did all of that to himself because they're calling it a self-unaliving. Miss me with that bullshit. I'm sorry, but that ain't how that happened.
And then the little brother was saying that him and Sean was fighting with somebody. That's why he was hiding under the blankets.
Yes,
Oh
ma'am.
wow, that's horrible.
The mom tried to get him to, yeah, that's a whole other part of that. I hate talking about that because she's trying to get to school for letting him leave school because it wasn't supposed to have someone walk him to class, and then the mom after school they didn't. Yes, it's a mess. It is such a mess. Thank you, Doodle. Yes, according to Facebook, I'm witty.
Hi, Doodle.
You're winning?
Yeah, they were saying it's witty. Doodle looked up something on Facebook about the channel, and it describes me from Facebook as being witty. Witty, Witty. I'm witty. I didn't know that, but okay. Yeah, the little brother stated something about him being chased around the house, blah blah blah. So there was a lot to it that just doesn't make the sense that they're making it out to be. Okay, it doesn't. Period. I don't care what anybody says, and I can't let it go. Remains of 2-year-old found 8 months after he went missing. Police say, is that what you're talking about, Molly? Is the 2-year-old? Emily Soleil.
You know, you got that kid down here in Texas who he just fell off the face of the earth too, and the parents won't say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They left the country.
Yeah, the email, Molly. Is that the one you're talking about? The 2-year-old Emily Soleil? I agree, Alfredo. And the kid had a snack out, like he was gonna have a snack, sit down, play a video game, so on and so forth, and then that happened. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It looks to me like it was a message. It was a message. I think it was a message. I don't know why I can't talk tonight. A message to the stepfather. That's just my opinion on it, based on what I've seen. And nothing right, Leslie. They don't change things about these things. They just let it be what it is, and they move on to the next thing. It's stupid. It's sad.
There has to be something. There's got to be something to make it change.
I agree.
I mean, there's so many missing. There's so many missing people.
Yes. More than like I said, we could sit here and do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we would just scratch the surface. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that, Draw. I really do. So, all right, guys and ladies, I think that's going to do it for tonight. We've been in here for, I can't believe we've been here 4 hours, but I think that's going to do it. It's 10:30. Real quick though, I haven't talked about this, Molly. Let me show you guys real fast here.
I'm going to jump down, Dago. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds great, Kimber. I really appreciate you jumping up here and speaking on what you think. I appreciate you very much.
You know I love jumping up here. Voice of my opinion.
You're always welcome, and you know that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Bye,
Have a great
Kimba. Bye, Tomba.
So this is the remains of a 2-year-old boy found 8 months after he went missing, police say. God, he's so beautiful. The remains of a 2-year-old boy who went missing 8 months ago were found, according to the French authorities. Police say a hiker found Emily Soleil body near his grandfather's house in Alpine Village. The Sun reported Emily was last seen. I think it's Amelie. Sorry, last seen on July 8th of 23 with his 58-year-old grandfather, who was looking after him for his parents. The day he disappeared, he wore a yellow top, white shorts with a green pattern, and hiking shoes. 2 witnesses told police that they saw him wandering around by himself while his grandfather chopped wood in the garden. The Mirror reported after they couldn't find him, his grandparents quickly informed authorities around 5:15, sparking a massive search. So they have found that child now. Over 800 people were involved in the search. However, he was never found despite helicopters, drones, and dogs being used. The cause of his death is still unknown, and they found him right there, which is crazy to me. 800 people searched all around that, and they found him right there. That's so sad. Such a beautiful, beautiful child. Yeah, that's the other one that drives me nuts. Dior Koontz. I know that it makes no sense, but I have my thoughts on that one. I'll be honest with you. I really will. There's something with that I just don't like. Something bugs me, and I have my feelings about it. And we're gonna look back into that too. I promise you. What are you talking about, Leslie? I want you to talk about that case. I want everybody to talk about that case. I really do. They think he was replaced at that location. I can agree. That makes sense, Draw. It does. It really does. That's what I was hinting at. They were all over that place. Now all of a sudden, here he is. That's crazy. Great point, Heather. Great point. So, thank you, Bobby. I appreciate you very much. And I hopefully will be back out here at the normal time tomorrow, folks. So I hope to see you guys then. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. I missed you guys. It was great to be back here, hanging out with you guys and doing what we do, guys. So everybody, please have a wonderful night. Tomboy, thank you for everything once again.
Dago, I forgot to ask you, did your letter come in yours? Because I sent that other package out the same day, and I noticed Saturday that the letter was sitting on the table.
Like a letter?
Yeah, it should have just been folded in half, like a note, like a little note.
I don't think so.
I love you. Good night.
I know there was a little thing in there that explained Caden's situation that you had set up for him, but
yeah, it's on that.
right. I'll have to look. It may have fallen out and I didn't see it. Oh, thank you, Draw. I appreciate that. Real quick though, before we go anywhere, guys, don't leave yet. I did not forget. This is for little Miss Annabelle. Today is her birthday, guys. She's 10. So if you're still listening, Miss Annabelle, this is for you. 1 second. Did I do it at the end? And here we are. And of course, guys, if you don't want me to know your birthday, keep it hidden because I will make a big deal about it. I always do.
You missed mine.
You didn't tell me about it till after the fact.
No, I told y'all before.
Oh, well, then I forgot. You got to remind me, guys. There's too many things to remember.
That's why you got that notebook now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't know that was for me. I thought that was for her and for Caden.
No, the one with the cartoons on it was for you, or the Marvel stuff was for you, and the other one was for her.
Gotcha. Well, now I'm glad I know that because I needed a new one. So again, Miss Annabelle, happy birthday, dear. I hope you had a wonderful day, and I hope they just keep getting better and better. So this is for you, sweetie.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
There you go, my dear. Miss Annabelle, happy birthday again. And everybody else, guys, thank you so very much for joining us tonight. I hope you guys have a amazing rest of your night. Please, guys, don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, because you're the beautiful people. And I will see you all soon. Thanks for joining me, Tomboy. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
Have a great
See you
night.
guys later.
Bye-bye, folks. Everybody have a great night, and God bless. See you soon. Bye-bye.